What a scramble. Zeth barely scrapes through that exchange to take the opening frame. Omnic holds a massive head-to-head lead with 103 total wins over Zeth. He's looking to really capitalize on that psychological edge right now. Let's see if Zeth can shake that trend. Zeth is cruising right now, extending his lead to 2-1. He really needs this spark after those 3 straight losses earlier today. Zeth is absolutely dominating with a huge 3-1 lead. This is a surprising turn for the pre-match favorite. The hot hand continues for Zeth, who just claimed another round to push his lead. Zeth is making up for some tough losses he took yesterday. He's completely in control, securing a 4th straight victory to take a commanding lead. He's just not letting up, securing a 5th straight victory. Things look different than they did in that last meeting on Dunes. Omnic finally manages to halt the momentum, securing a quick frame for himself. Zeth has struggled a bit more across his last 3 games today. Zeth has struggled quite a bit today, coming in with a 13-23 record over the last 24 hours. It's surprising to see him hold such a firm grip on the scoreboard, despite that poor form. Omnic needs to find a way to close this gap quickly. Unbelievable. He's just totally flipped the script with 4 straight wins to close in on the lead. He's looking a lot more comfortable now as the gap closes. We're all tied up at 6-6 going into the break. I mean, neither guy is backing down. Both played a mirror image of each other with those wild 5-round runs, keeping this a total toss-up. Time to see who blinks first. He stays aggressive and takes the lead, refusing to let that early deficit shake him. He is finally starting to play like the favorite we expected. He's absolutely punishing Zeth right now, taking his 2nd straight round without taking any damage. Everything about his movement is just too sharp right now. Omnic claws back in front now, leading it 8-7. Zeth manages to stay within striking distance after a tough run today. Back to a deadlock with both guys tied at 8. The rankings have these two separated by just a few spots overall. Zeth is purely on fire, shutting everything down with another huge play from the ramp. Hard to imagine he's coming off a tough run of losses today. Simply an effortless display as he secures another victory from the ramp. He's just reading the lanes perfectly right now. He's simply refusing to let up, extending this run to 5 straight wins. He's just an absolute wall right now, and he's 1 step away from closing this out. The pressure is starting to mount for the pre-match favorite. Game over. Zeth closes out the series with a flawless final shot. He's finally staring down the barrel of a confidence boost after such a nightmare stretch of games lately. Aster is essentially the gatekeeper in this rivalry, having won 82% of their head-to-head meetings, and honestly, Zeth is going to need to shake off that history if he wants to keep this lead. It will be interesting to see if this is an actual shift in momentum. Zeth holds a slim 2-1 edge right now. Coming off a rough 13-23 days, Zeth is showing some real grit. Aster is keeping things perfectly balanced here, using that ramp advantage to pull the series back to a dead heat. Zeth is just one step ahead at 3-2. A huge effort from the number 34 rated player here. Things are totally locked in a stalemate at 3 apiece. A very solid showing from a player sitting at 12th in the ratings. Zeth is starting to look a bit rattled here as Aster continues to climb the hill. Aster is absolutely on fire, taking an effortless 3rd straight round. He is certainly playing like the favorite right now. He's completely taking control now, picking Zeth off the ramp to extend this run. He's continuing a dominant stretch we've seen across his whole day. Zeth digs in and manages to put a halt to that charge. Zeth is fighting hard to prove he can hang with the favorite. Zeth is staying aggressive and puts a massive dent in his opponent's lead. Tight spot for the favorite as we head into the final stretch. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, things are playing out exactly as we anticipated here. Zeth is keeping the gap small, but he is still fighting uphill against a higher rated opponent. Fresh start for both players now. Zeth answers back immediately, continuing a tenacious push to close the gap. Absolute precision on that last shot to bring this back to a 1-round game. Aster is effectively owning the server right now, coming in with a heavy 25-10 record over the last day. It's clear he's riding a massive wave of confidence. Zeth is fighting for his life to keep this within reach. Aster extends his advantage to a 9-7 lead. He's really leaning on that huge head-to-head advantage today. He just outreacted the favorite, keeping that fighting spirit alive to stay within striking distance. Zeth is simply refusing to buckle, erasing the deficit to bring this series to a deadlock. The pressure is really mounting for the higher seeded player. After barely edges ahead, now leading 10-9. A dominant 90% conversion rate in his last 10 shows why he's leading. Aster is putting on a clinic with his positioning, grabbing another one from the ramp to extend that lead. He's just too fast, closing out another round to put himself one step away from victory. He is looking every bit the top tier talent right now. Zeth holds his ground and manages to trade back, showing a lot of heart in this series. The underdog is really digging deep to stay alive. And there it is. Aster closes it out from the ramp to secure the map. Zeth really made him sweat for every single round, but he just couldn't close that final gap. He had to earn this victory. What a fight. Aster carries an incredible 10-win streak into this map. It's a stark contrast to Omnic, who has dropped his last 3 matches. We'll see if that early round can actually shake the confidence of the heavy favorite. What a frantic exchange. He barely hangs on, scraping through a chaotic firefight to take the lead. Omnic is cruising right now, holding a commanding 3-1 lead. Everything is just shaking up a high-rated run today. Aster enters back, narrowing the gap to 3-2. The overall head-to-head completely favors Aster in this matchup. Omnic is really making Aster work for it here, putting the top-seeded player on the defensive. Unbelievable. Aster claws back the round in a brutal scrap, surviving by the skin of his teeth. He's still looking like the heavily favored side. Absolute chaos in the arena, and he somehow walks away from that firefight with almost nothing left. Omnic edges ahead again, now leading 5-4. He is definitely playing like he belongs in that top quartile. And we are deadlocked at 5 apiece. His overall record against this opponent is just legendary. These two are trading rounds back and forth, and suddenly we've got a real nail-biter on our hands. He's really fighting the odds, coming off a tough loss to Zeth. We're headed into the break, tied up at 6 all. Honestly, Omnic is fighting far above his rank right now. I expected the higher rated player to pull away, but he's just not seeing that separation yet. Let's see who blinks first. Omnic secures a slim 1-round advantage heading into 13. This is a total reversal of what he's seen lately. Omnic is really putting together a statement coming from a position where he usually struggles so much against this opponent. It's just a total flip of their historical dynamic. We have to see if the underdog can actually close the door on this one. Omnic's now got a 2-round cushion at 9-7. That was an incredibly crisp way to get the lead back. Omnic is absolutely tearing through these exchanges, with the last 2 rounds ending in a flash. Perfect reaction from Aster to keep this fight alive. That was a much cleaner sequence for him. He's showing some great resolve here, shutting down that momentum shift entirely. He's really found a way to shut down the momentum. An absolutely untouchable effort, and he brings the match right back to a dead heat. Omnic secures the advantage and moves his lead back to 11-10. He's really putting the pressure on the higher seed now. Aster is showing incredible grit, wiping the slate clean to bring the score back to a level 11. Pure dominance from Aster, who is now just 1 round away from completing this comeback. The pressure is mounting for the underdog right now. Unreal. A flawless closing sequence to seal the series for Aster. He barely held onto that lead, but the experience really showed when the pressure peaked. Omnic fought way too hard to let that slip away. What a fight. Omnic holds a strong head-to-head advantage with over 100 wins against Zeph. He really knows how to get into this opponent's head. It will be interesting to see if Zeph can shake that off and use his better map history to close the gap. Unreal. Zed holds the line from the ramp and barely scrapes away with a win. Zed is clearly feeling confident after that 13-8 victory in their last encounter. We've got a total deadlock with both players tied at 2. He needs to shake off that poor run from earlier today. Omnic just reclaimed the lead, moving ahead 3-2. The two of them are sitting right next to each other on the ladder. Zeph is really putting the pressure on now, matching every single trade as we head deeper into the first half. They were practically stepping on each other's toes that round, but Omnic had the faster reaction. The gap in the ladder rankings is barely any at all. Zeph is really showing that these two can't pull away from one another, instantly resetting things right here. Zeth edges ahead by 1, making it 5-4. It is a tough afternoon for Omnic after that defeat to Aster. Zeth is completely taking over now, stumbling into a 3-round streak of his own. The heavy favorite is really starting to slide here. Omnic puts a stop to that momentum, knocking Zeth off the ramp to close the gap. He's really fighting to turn things around after a tough 0-2 start today. We are all square at 6-6. I mean, Omnic was expected to run away with this one, but he's struggling to keep control. Zeph has played some very disciplined rifle rounds to stay in the hunt here. Let's see who breaks the tie first. Zeth claims the advantage, moving one step ahead at 7-6. That was a lightning fast trade for the underdog. Is putting up a real fight tonight. Omnic was just too quick on the draw, catching Zeph completely off guard on that ramp. They are essentially identical in the ratings right now. Zeph was just a bit sharper there, picking him right off the ramp to keep his lead. Omnic was too fast for him there, shutting Zeph down before he could even make a move on the ramp. Zeph is just barely clinging to that 1-round cushion right now. That was a nail-biter of an encounter. Zed is just refusing to let the door close on this one. Zeph had no answer for that angle. Omnic really makes the most of that ramp positioning. Absolute chaos, we are completely level again. Auto scramble for control on the ramp, and Zed comes out on top once again. It's a tight fight for both of them at the bottom of the bracket. Omnic was much quicker to react there, picking Zeph right off the ramp as they continue to trade blows. Omnic has completely shifted the momentum of this server, taking a commanding lead as soon as he found his footing. What an incredible back and forth. Every single round in this series is feeling like a toss-up. A flawless encounter that puts Omnic in the driver's seat once again. Zeph is fighting for his life here. He manages to pull it back, forcing the series into a dead heat at 12-12. Neither of these players is giving an inch tonight. Absolutely nails it. That was a brutal brawl, and he barely survives the exchange to take a slim lead. Pure nerves of steel to secure that advantage. Huge swing of momentum here as he keeps the streak rolling. Zeth is simply on another level right now, securing another clean victory to put him 1 round away from the win. What a finish. Zeth closes it out and secures the map victory. He really refused to go away, surviving a couple of those desperate scrapes to close it out in overtime. What a fight. Aster enters this match with an impressive 11-win streak. It's a sharp contrast to Zeph's recent struggles on the ladder. We'll see if Zeph can translate that early round lead into a genuine upset. Zeth is holding the line with a slim lead. Looking at that massive head-to-head gap, he should be in control. These opening rounds have flown by. Zeph is really putting on some pressure early on. Zeth keeps his narrow edge at 3-2. The higher rated man is starting to put his stamp on this. Deadlock now. Aster fights back to make it 3-0. His recent form is almost untouchable right now. Zeth is really shaking things up here, refusing to be intimidated by the odds. Zeth has only won about a third of his matches on this map, so this lead is definitely unexpected. He's fighting against a heavy historical disadvantage in this specific venue. Now the question is whether he can maintain that composure through the half. Zeth is firmly in the driver's seat at 6-4. Zeth is clearly playing with a different mindset today. We are back to a one-round difference and the momentum is swinging back and forth constantly. Zeth is still fighting a tough hill to climb today. Zeth takes a 7-5 lead, and honestly it's a huge surprise given that Aster has won over 80% of their past encounters. The underdog is playing out of his mind right now. Let's see if the momentum holds. Zeth's out in front, pushing the lead to 8-5. It's a bold shift from their previous meeting today. He He just deleted Zed in a flash, refusing to let that lead slip any further. Showing real grit now, weathering a few hits to secure another win. Zed is just one step closer to victory at 9-7. He's really defying that huge historical gap in their records. Another rapid response from the trailing player, proving he's far from done yet. Zed extends it to 10-8 with a clutch finish. And an unexpected turn of events for the rank 32 player. Unreal, Zed barely survives a chaotic brawl to climb back into the lead. Absolute nail-biter of a finish there. A pristine shot there to keep the pressure high and keep the hope alive. The favorite's finally starting to find his footing. Zed is just one round away from victory after that effortless snap. What a final sequence. Zed shuts the door on this match to secure the victory. Absolute madness from the underdog to pull this off. He's finally broken that curse against a top-tier opponent. What a performance. Aster looks dominant with that 62% map win rate on this specific layout, but he's coming off a loss to Zeph and might be a bit shaken. Let's see if he can settle back into his normal pace here. Aster's holding a slim lead as we head back. The a priori favorite is taking full control of this early game. Unbelievable. He survives that brutal trade on the ramp to even the score. He's fighting through a rough patch after those recent losses. Aster puts a stop to that attempt at a momentum shift and takes full control of the map. The rating gap between them is really starting to show. Aster is just too quick from that ramp, keeping the pressure high on Omnic. He's completely taken over, claiming his third straight win to reach a 5-round total. It's a tough day at the office for a guy currently on a cold stretch. Omnic earns a big one from the ramp, showing some real grit to shake off that early deficit. He is proving that the ranking gap isn't as wide as we thought. Aster leads a massive historical advantage with a 76% win rate in their past meetings. It's clear that this specific matchup has always been a struggle for Omnic. I wonder if he can actually flip the script this time. What a scramble. Both of them were nearly gone, but he manages to scrape through with just a sliver of health left. Aster is comfortably ahead 8-4, and honestly he's just playing like the favorite should. Omnic is trying to hang in there, but the skill gap is evident. Let's see if Omnic can rally. Omnic is really leaning into the aggression, picking up a nice win from that ramp position. A tough run of form for the lower seeded player to overcome. Aster safely in the driver's seat at 9-5. The 12th seed is really asserting himself right now. Aster keeps the distance at a comfortable 9-6. Hoping to bounce back after those 3 straight defeats today. That was instant. He refuses to let this match slip away, taking another round without taking a scratch. Aster is still cruising with a 3-round advantage. It is starting to look like the rating difference is the story here. Omnic just shut that down completely, showing some incredible resolve to stay in this fight. He's not backing down, securing another round as the deficit shrinks to just 1. The momentum has completely shifted with this pair of rounds. Aster handles that one cleanly to keep the gap steady as we move into the final stretch. That 26-10 record today is definitely paying dividends. Omnic just tore through him from the ramp, continuing this impressive surge. Absolute precision with that shot to bring the score back within 1. Aster shuts down that comeback attempt with an effortless headshot, putting himself on the verge of victory. He just can't be stopped right now, keeping this series alive with a towering shot from the ramp. He is refusing to just fade away in this match. Absolute chaos on the ramp, but Aster comes out on top to seal the series. Omnic really forced the issue there, but the consistency at the end of the match was just too much. He played a hell of a series. What a fight. Omnic usually has the upper hand in this rivalry. It's surprising to see him struggling here after coming in as the heavy favorite. He really needs to find a way to turn this around quickly. That's a clean sweep of the first three for Zeth, who is simply outdueling his opponent right now. Omnic responds immediately with a lightning fast shot to get back on the board. Zeth is dominating, holding a commanding 4-1 lead. Zeth is just relentless, pushing his lead to 5-1. He's really keeping up that momentum from their previous encounter. Zeth is clearly on a high right now after that narrow victory in their last match. You know, it feels like he's finally shifted the momentum in this rivalry. He just needs to maintain this focus to shut the door on a comeback. Zeth had the perfect vantage point there, securing another quick win from the top of that box. Zeth is just totally in control, cleaning up the fight without taking any damage. Flip of the script given how Omnic usually dominates this matchup. He's really struggling to put up a fight right now. Time for a fresh start. We've got to step away for a quick moment, but stay tuned for more action on Dunes. Welcome back to Dunes as Omnic and Zeth prepare to resume action with Zeth leading 9-3. Omnic barely scratches the surface, leaving Zeth up 9-4. He's definitely fighting for a rough patch today. Omnic clawed one back, but Zeth still holds a 9-5 advantage. It's a drastic turn of events for him after that cold start today. Zeth is really putting together a cohesive performance here, nearly erasing any historical advantage Omnic once had. Zeth is just cruising along with a 10-6 lead. He's certainly trying to bounce back from that winless run today. Omnic still trailing by 3 with Zeth leading 10-7. He's looking to finally snap that nasty 4-game slide today. Another one! Omnic is on fire, finally knocking Zeth off the box to keep the surge going. The gap is closing as he starts to recall his usual form. Zeth puts a stop to that momentum, reclaiming control of the match. It is a tough day for the 34th ranked player. He's showing incredible grit, keeping his head high to pull this match closer. He's desperate to prove he still belongs in that top tier. A complete shutdown of that attempt to rally, leaving Zeth just a single round away from victory. He refuses to give up, keeping the dream of a comeback alive with another huge play. The higher seed is fighting for every single inch now. What a finish. Zeth closes it out with a perfect final shot to take the match. He really managed to stay composed while Omnic was charging back, a gutsy performance to keep that lead intact. What a fight. Aster dominated this pairing with an 81% win rate. It's a staggering advantage, but we have to remember that Zeth actually took their most recent clash. If Zeth keeps this pressure up, the gap in ratings won't matter. Zeth is really rolling now, leading 2-1. He has a huge gap in total games won over his opponent. The momentum has completely shifted. Aster has erased that early deficit in a heartbeat. He's absolutely on fire, taking control with a third straight victory. His higher ranking is starting to translate into results. Absolute control now. He's just completely shut the door on his opponent with that 4-round burst. His rank as a top 12 player is really showing right now. He's simply untouchable right now, securing another effortless point to pull away from the opposition. He's simply not letting up, moving to a 6-round surge to leave the opposition in the dust. He's completely outclassing Zeth right now, extending the run to 7 straight wins. Zeth finally finds his mark, getting a clean hit to stop that run. Zeth has really put himself in a strong position today by winning 15-22 of his total games over the last 24 hours. He's clearly in a focused state of mind. It will be interesting to see if he can maintain this aggressive pace to close the gap. Aster heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. I mean, the top seed is putting on a show and playing exactly to his expected level here. He's looking very strong after that long streak of points. Zeth claws one back to make it 8-5. He's definitely feeling confident after that recent series win. Unbelievable. Aster claws back to a 9-5 lead, barely surviving that exchange from the ramp. He's just refusing to stay down, surviving another nail-biter. Zeth strikes back, bringing the tally to 9-6. Zeth has been fighting hard for his ground all session. What a scramble! Aster barely scrapes through that disaster of an exchange to reach double digits. Zeth's tough run in the last day is starting to weigh on him. Aster sitting comfortably on 10, firmly in the driver's seat. Zeth is really playing above his rank tonight. Aster really utilized that verticality, cleaning up the exchange from the ramp to put a firm grip on this series. Aster secures another point, putting him just 1 round away from victory. He's really proving why he's the clear favorite today. Solid response here from Zeth, putting a brief pause on the champion's march toward victory. His resilience is impressive given the gap on the ladder. What a finish! He barely holds on for his life to seal the deal and take the match. He really had to dig deep for that one, but he's got the answer in the clutch. Tough loss for Zeth. Aster is carrying a huge advantage in their historical head-to-head, winning 76% of their matchups. Look, when you combine that track record with Omnic's recent struggles, the uphill battle for the underdog becomes very clear. It's a question of if Omnic can actually find a way to disrupt this flow. Unbelievable. Aster barely clings to life after clearing him off the ramp. The 12th seed is showing why he's ranked so much higher. Aster is just dominating the set, leading 3-1. His recent form is night and day compared to the cold stretch we've seen. Aster holds a tight 3-2 grip on the game. Omnic is fighting through a rough patch after that narrow loss earlier today. Omnic is completely flipping the script right now, erasing that early lead to make it a dead heat. Omnic manages to push him right off the ramp, taking complete control of the match. Aster answers back immediately, leveling the score. Both players are practically starting from scratch now. What a scramble! He barely survives a brutal trade on the ramp to take a one-round lead. He's showing a lot more grit than that close loss he just suffered. Hard-stopping finish. Aster holds the ramp and survives by a thread to bring the map back to a deadlock. We're seeing the high-rated talent stay composed here. Omnic edges ahead now, clutching a slim 6-5 lead. He's playing against a tough recent run of form. We are all squared up at 6-6. You know, Omnic is completely defying the odds here. He's managed to shake off his recent slump to put the top 12 player on the ropes. Time to see who blinks first. Aster retakes the lead at 7-6. The momentum is swinging right back toward him. That 26-10 run from today is starting to weigh heavy on this matchup. Omnic's all-time win rate sits at a tough 32%, and honestly seeing that combined with his poor performance across the board lately, the gap in confidence here is just staggering. He needs a massive shift in energy if he wants to keep this from snowballing. Omnic is really starting to press the advantage, catching Aster right as he tried to play the ramp. What a fight. He manages to outlast the pressure and barely survives the exchange of the ramp. Aster's pulled ahead to a 10-8 lead. This is looking like a repeat of that encounter on Fast Aim. Omnic catches him right as he's coming off that ramp, keeping this set incredibly tight. It's a surprising look for the rank 34 underdog. Aster is really putting the pressure on here, using that ramp to shut everything down. His 90% success rate lately is starting to show. Aster shuts the door on that comeback attempt, picking Omnic right off the ramp. He's effectively neutralizing everything the underdog throws his way. A lightning fast reaction from Omnic to keep the dream alive. That was an incredibly sharp read to slow things down. Absolute perfection on the final shot. Aster secures the match with a flawless finish. Omnic really gave him a run for his money today, but he just couldn't close it out. He really had to sweat that one. Hard-fought win. Omnic holds a significant lead in their lifetime head-to-head record. The problem is that he's currently struggling through a 6-game losing streak. Zef is definitely the one with the momentum right now. We've got a total deadlock at 1 apiece. A surprising turnaround for someone sitting at rank 35. Zeth pulls ahead, taking a commanding 2-1 lead. That last 13-10 result for him is definitely looming large. The early rounds are trading off perfectly and neither one is letting the other get a foot in the door. Zeth's now firmly in the driver's seat at 3-2. The gap between them on the ladder is barely noticeable. Zef is putting on a clinic from the wine, extending this lead to 4 rounds. The early favorite is really feeling the pressure here. He's just not letting up, claiming another round for himself. Omnic is showing some real grit, shaking off that early slump to close the gap. It's a tough spot to be in after a shaky start to the map. Omnic has a historically strong win rate of 56% in their head-to-head matchups. Well, that advantage is completely disappearing as Zeth dominates this current series. He's really capitalizing on his opponent's poor form today. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but Omnic somehow scrapes through with a sliver of health. He really needed to pull that one back to keep things interesting. Zeth takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's really taking advantage of the fact that Omnic hasn't won a single match in his last 6 attempts today. This is just a very close battle overall. New sides, new energy. Zeth's extending the cushion to an 8-5 advantage. Zeth is really playing like the higher rated man today. He's refusing to go away, continuing to chip away at that deficit. He's finally found a way to keep the pressure on. Totally clean finish here as he continues to claw back into this series. He's starting to look like the favorite again. Zeth holds a thin 2-round edge as we move forward. What a scramble. He barely walks away from that exchange alive. A really tough day so far for the rank 35 contender. He's looking remarkably steady right now, shutting things down without taking any damage. That was a clean stop to regain some confidence. He is putting on a display of pure grit, effectively cutting into that lead. He's really refusing to let Omnic string a few together, putting an immediate end to that little run. A complete shutout here, keeping the pressure high as the deficit shrinks further. He's managed to keep this series well within reach. What a fierce reaction to seize control. Zeth is now just 1 round away from the victory. Perfectly timed shot keeps the dream alive, forcing this game to a razor's edge. He's completely shifted the energy in this final stretch. Unreal. Zeth shuts the door with an incredible flick to secure the match. He really pushed the pace in that final run to secure it. That's a brutal result for Omnic, who just can't seem to find his footing today. He had to work for that. Aster holds a staggering 81% win rate in their history against Zef. It's clear that this head-to-head dominance is weighing on the underdog right now. He'll need to shake off that mental burden quickly to keep this close. Zeth fights back to tie it up at 1 apiece. This puts the underdogs in a really promising spot early on. Aster grabs a commanding lead, moving ahead 2-1. Expectations are being met as the higher ranked side takes charge. Zef is really playing a dangerous game here, utilizing the ramp to keep things even. Zef is certainly not intimidated by that ranking gap right now. Zef is really capitalizing on that height advantage right now, stacking up 3 straight rounds. We're deadlocked at 3-all, an absolute nail-biter. He definitely looked sharp in that previous 13-8 win against Zef. Aster regains control, edging ahead 4-3. He's really finding his stride today after that strong run against Omnic. Total shutdown. Aster is putting on a real show right now. The gap in their overall career win rates is really starting to show. Zeth manages to outlast the exchange, narrowing that lead to a single game. The rating gap between these two is definitely narrowing in this series. And just like that, Zeth brings us back to a 5-5 stalemate. The lower ranked player is refusing to go away. Aster pulls back in front with a slim 6-5 lead. Aster's a 25-10 player today, and it's showing. We're all square at 6 apiece heading into the break. Honestly, Aster is still playing the role of the favorite here, but Zef is making him work for every single point. Time to see who blinks first. Zef leaps ahead, taking a slim 7-6 lead. It is purely gutsy of him to be leading in a map where he historically struggles. Aster answers right back to level things up at 7. Zeth is certainly fighting a tough battle against the 11th best player in the league. Zeth is putting on a clinic in speed right now, consistently beating Aster to the punch. He is certainly playing with a lot of confidence right now. Zeth has managed a really impressive turnaround, considering he's only won about a third of his games on this map. Well, that historically low win rate is completely irrelevant right now, as he's simply outplaying the favorite. Zef is really putting on the pressure, cleanly picking Aster off the ramp to build a 2-round lead. Zeth is clearly playing with a chip on his shoulder. Zeth is really starting to put his foot on the gas now, simply outdueling Aster and pushing his lead further. Aster is showing real grit here, clawing back to within 2 of the lead. The mental resilience of the top seed is starting to flare up. Another effortless round for the favorite, who continues to chip away at that deficit. He just can't be stopped. Aster levels the playing field with a perfect shot. The higher seed is simply refusing to let this slip away. Unbelievable. He just swept through that round to put himself on the verge of victory. Zeth simply cannot find an answer for this peak performance. What an incredible finish. Aster shuts the door on this series with a flawless final exchange. Zeth pushed him to the absolute limit today, but that late surge was just too much to handle. What a fight. Aster has a massive historical lead with over 200 wins in their head-to-head history. It's hard to ignore that dominance when you look at how Omnic has struggled in his recent matches. I want to see if he can actually put together a real run here. He's just too fast right now. Completely shutting out his opponent for the third straight. Aster answers back immediately to put some pressure on the lead. The favorite is finally starting to wake. What a scrap. He manages to claw back from the brink to keep this series very close. That's some incredible composure to walk away with the win. Omnic is running away with it at 4-2. The lower seeded player is really defying the odds here. A precise burst secures another round for Aster as he continues to fight back. Omnic is playing the game of his life right now, especially considering he's coming with a 0-7 record from today. It's a complete reversal of what we expected to see from someone who's had such a difficult stretch. He's effectively ignored all the pressure. Both players traded shots here, but Aster comes out on top to close the gap. He needs to maintain this level to keep the deficit small. He's showing a lot of grit here, cutting the gap further before the break. He's really starting to find a way back into this. We're all squared up at 6-6. Well, this is a huge surprise given Omnic entered this set on a 9-game losing streak. Aster is clearly feeling the pressure, and now the underdog has every chance to steal this time to see who blinks first. Omnic grabs the lead, putting him ahead 7-6. The lower ranked man is refusing to go away. Omnic is pushing ahead again with a 2-round cushion. The top quartile talent is really struggling to find an answer here. Just a blink and he's gone. He's totally in control now. He's playing like a man possessed right now. He is simply outclassing everything Aster throws at him right now. He manages to hold his ground and secure a vital round for himself. Another clean sweep for Aster, who continues to dig deep to stay in this contest. He's clearly regained his confidence after that rough start. A brutal exchange of fire, and he just will not let this lead slip away. The momentum has completely shifted back into his favor. Another lightning fast reaction brings the score to 11-9. Unbelievable. He survives that absolute war of attrition with a sliver of health to keep the pressure on. Pure tenacity to pull that one out. Absolutely stellar movement to equalize the series. He's simply too sharp right now. Complete shutdown there. And now we are officially on match point. Exactly what the high seed needed to close things out. What a finish. Aster completes the comeback and secures the victory. Omnic really pushed the pace today, making a fighting effort to shake things up. He just couldn't seal the deal in the end. He had to work for that. Omnic is currently struggling through a 10-game losing streak. It's worrying because he typically holds the advantage in their head-to-head history. He'll need to find a way to reverse that trend quickly. What a scramble! He barely scrapes through that exchange to take a 2-1 lead. Zeth is definitely feeling the pressure as the higher-rated man here. He's completely taking over the server now, just effortlessly picking up another round. A swift reaction from Zeth to narrow the gap. Zeth is definitely playing like the higher-ranked man in the server. We're all deadlocked now with a 3-all stalemate. He's certainly looking to repeat that 13-11 result from their last encounter. Omnic just edges ahead to claim a 4-3 lead. That was a remarkably clean burst to secure the lead. Everything is completely balanced right now. Neither side can really pull away from the other. He really looks to be the more consistent man today. Zeth claws back to hold a slender 5-4 lead. The lower rated side is starting to push back. Absolute parity now. Omnic brings us back to 5 apiece. A lightning fast exchange to level the playing field. Zeth is really capitalizing on his current momentum to push for a 2-round lead. Another rapid fire exchange ending in his favor. Zeth holds a 7-5 advantage heading into the switch. I mean, this is roughly what we expected given how poorly Omnic has performed in his last 10 games. He'll need a stronger start in the second half to flip this script. Time to see who blinks first. Zeth has now secured 3 straight rounds to put a real dent in the scoreline. Look, it's a complete reversal of their historical dynamic, and honestly it feels like Zeth is just mentally untouchable in this particular series. Zeth is really pulling away with a 9-6 cushion. Zeth has the higher rank, but his confidence is shaking. He's showing a lot of heart, taking another round without taking a single point of damage. What a fight. He claws back another round in a desperate scramble to keep the dream alive. He's completely flipped the momentum in a matter of minutes. Zeth shuts the door on that comeback attempt immediately. He's certainly doing his part to pull away from his historical deficit. Zeth is just relentlessly fast right now. He's putting Omnic in a very precarious spot. That's a clean sweep of the last 3. He's now just a single point away from victory. And there it is. Zeth closes it out to secure the match victory. He's really shaken his opponent's confidence today, and that's just another tough result for Omnic to swallow during this cold stretch. Aster enters this duel holding a commanding 82% win rate in their head-to-head history. It's clear he has the psychological edge here. He's just coming off a dominant run today, and the pressure is now on Zed to prove he can keep pace. Unreal. He claws back into the round, surviving with a tiny sliver of health. A strong showing recently for Aster with 27 wins today. Aster is really putting on the pressure now, catching Zeth right as he moved up the ramp. Zeth is currently fighting an uphill battle against the league's 11th best. He just completely took over, claiming another round from the ramp to stay in control. That's the same result as their most recent clash on Mappas. Zeth reacts instantly from the ramp to even the score. The gap in the ladder isn't showing up right now. Zeth grabs the lead with a slim 4-3 advantage. An impressive stretch of form for the underdog today. He's simply untouchable right now, extending that string to 3 straight. He's completely shaking off that previous loss to Aster. Aster secures a hard-fought trade from the ramp to stop the momentum. He's definitely showing why he's the higher-seeded player here. We are all square now, locked at 5 apiece. He's really asserting himself as the higher-rated player here. Zev is showing some serious grit, consistently winning these quick exchanges to hold that one-round lead. Zev is refusing to let his opponent pull away. We've got a dead heat at 6-6 heading into the break. I mean, Aster is usually so far ahead in this pairing, but he's actually fighting for every single point right now. Let's see if the seed difference matters in the second half. Fresh start for both. Aster claws back a slim lead, moving to 7. He's looking quite comfortable right now compared to his recent struggle against Zeth. Zeth was just too quick from the toolbox to keep things dead even. A real battle of wills as the underdog keeps this close. Aster pulls ahead again, barely clutching that 8th round. His recent 10-match run has been nearly perfect. Zeth just came through with another huge play from the ramp to bring us right back to a tie. A huge shift from the usual results these two have seen. Aster edges ahead again, now leading 9-8. The rating gap is starting to show as we enter the late game. Zeth answers back perfectly, making it a 9-9 deadlock. A complete reversal of the usual results we see here. Zeth is really finding a second win, putting together a strong run to put himself in a great spot. Zeth is simply on fire right now, extending this streak to 3 as he pushes for a closing lead. Aster manages to fight through a messy exchange to halt the momentum. Zeth is still putting up a fight despite that rating difference. A pristine series of shots puts him just one more round away from the victory. That was a clean burst to put him in the driver's seat. He stays incredibly calm under pressure, extending the tension as he denies the closing round. A much-needed answer to keep this game alive. What a finish! Zeth closes it out right there to secure the series. Zeth just shocked the world by taking down one of the most dominant players in the league right now. He completely defied the history books for that one. Tough loss for Aster. Achter has been an absolute nightmare for his opponent, winning 76% of their all-time encounters. And that confidence is clearly translating into this set. He's looking very sharp right now, while Omnic is fighting a steep uphill battle. Aster is cruising along with a 2-1 lead. The top quartile talent is definitely on display today. Omnic is really struggling to put up a fight here. Aster is just far too quick for him. His current 26-9 record for the day is starting to show. Aster pushes forward to a commanding 3-2 lead. He's really trying to shake off that cold start today. Aster just won't let up, extending his lead to 4-2. He's truly struggling to shake that recent 0% run. Omnic has really been struggling coming into this with a 0% success rate over his last 10 matches. It's a brutal trend that's keeping him from finding any momentum. He needs a miracle to stop this slide. Aster is just dominating, sitting pretty at 6-3. The rating gap is staring him right in the face. Aster is just putting on a show right now. This momentum is starting to look impossible to stop. That's another lightning fast exchange. Aster's just relentless, pulling further ahead to 7-4. That was a sharp response to get things moving again. Aster leads 7-5 heading into the break. I mean, things are playing out exactly as we thought they would. Omnic is hanging around, but Aster's 67% win rate on Italy is giving him the stability he needs here. Let's see if the sides change things. A flawless strike from Omnic to get another round on the board. A really precise set of shots to get back into this. Aster is still in the driver's seat at 8-6. He's really playing like the superior seed right now. Aster still running the show with a 9-6 lead. Aster manages to survive that scrap, firmly reclaiming control of the set. That's a brutal pattern of results for the lower seeded player today. He manages to fight back and secure another one. A big effort for the lower ranked player to keep this alive. He's simply not letting the pressure get to him, keeping that rally alive with a perfect shot. It's a complete reversal from how this series started. That's a tough break for Omnic as that short rally was quickly shut down. Expected a result like this given the rank difference. Aster puts on a clinic here, shutting down any hope of a comeback while reaching match point. That's just a cold-blooded finish to close it out. Omnic gets the jump on him with a crisp shot to keep the dream alive. A huge relief for the underdog to grab a point here. Unbelievable, Aster closes it out right now to secure the victory. Omnic put up a decent scrap, but it just wasn't enough to overcome that massive skill gap today. Omnic has a strong lifetime record against this opponent, winning 56% of their encounters. It's a huge contrast to his dismal form today. We have to see if that history can overcome a very rough stretch of games. Omnic holds the lead, but Zeth is fighting back. He's definitely shaking off that brutal losing streak from earlier. Omnic is looking sharp today. He's really starting to put the pressure on Zeth early in this set. Zeth usually has the edge in rating, but he's struggling here. Omnic is just a single point clear now. Zeth is playing a bit better lately, including his last win over him. What a scrap. Zeth barely escapes that exchange, clinging to life to even things up at 3-3. The rating difference is starting to show in this series. Omnic pulls ahead again, moving into a 4-3 lead. The rank gap is barely noticeable given how this one is playing out. Omnic started today on a cold stretch with 0 wins in his last 10 matches. It's honestly a surprise to see him reversing that trend so convincingly. He's finally showing the consistency we expected from him coming into this. Absolute deadlock now as Zeth levels it at 5-all. These two are simply refusing to let the other get any momentum moving into the second half. Omnic leads it 7-5 at the break. You know, the map stats suggested a dead heat, but the leader has completely shaken off his previous struggles. He's looking way too comfortable for Zeth to be this close. Let's see if Zeth can respond. Zeth closes the gap, leaving Omnic with a slim lead. Zeth is really playing like the higher seed right now. Complete parity now with Zeth tying it at 7-all. The trade-off is real. Every single round lately has just been a total toss-up. His recent results suggested he'd be on the receiving end today. Omnic is pulling away, now sitting at 9-7. He is definitely making up for that recent loss on Blame Orange. Simply untouchable right now. He's just completely shut the door on any hope for a Zeth comeback. A completely clean exchange here, and Zeth keeps the pressure on. The underdog is finally making this a real contest. Zeth can't seem to find a way to string a couple of rounds together right now. Zeth secures this one from the ramp, showing great resolve as he digs himself back into the game. He's definitely finding some confidence now. That was way too fast. He just completely dismantled Zeth to put himself in the driver's seat. Game over. Omnic closes the show and secures the victory. He's finally turned the tide today, proving that his early struggles were just a fluke. A huge result for him. Zeth looks sharp early on, making great use of that high ground to secure the first one. Aster holds a massive 81% win rate in their head-to-head history. He's normally the one completely controlling this rivalry, but Zeth actually took the most recent match between them. It'll be interesting to see if Zeth can keep that confidence going. Zeth just proved that high ground is the place to be, keeping this a dead heat. The lower rated player is really stepping up his game today. Aster edges ahead, putting Zeth on the back foot. He's definitely bringing some confidence from that recent win over Omnic. Aster is really pulling away with a 4-2 lead. He's really making his rank 11 status felt here. That was a total slugfest, and he comes out on top to keep this streak alive. The favorite is starting to look like the better player here. Absolutely chaotic exchange there, but he outlasts the fight to secure another round. Zeth recovers his footing with a quick response, closing the gap to 6-3. Aster has put up a massive 26-9 record today. So, yeah, it's clear. He's arriving at this particular match with a lot of momentum. If he can keep this pace, we might be looking at a very quick resolution here. Aster goes into the break with an 8-4 lead. Honestly, he's playing exactly how we expected him to on this map. Zeth can't afford to let this slip any further if he wants to stay in the game. Fresh start for Zeth now. Aster's just relentless, stretching the lead to 9-4. The difference in their overall career success is staring us in the face. Unbelievable. Aster survives a brutal trade-off from the box with practically nothing left in the tank. Aster is cruising now sitting comfortably at 10-5. A little something to keep the pressure on. Zeth strikes back, bringing things to a 10-6 tally. Zeth is definitely refusing to go quietly tonight. He's quickly regaining control of the pace after that brief stumble in the previous rounds. Zeth manages to outplay him from below, grabbing that round quickly. A gritty showing from the number 31 player. Zeth is finally putting some real pressure on the leader, securing his second win in a row. He's on a tear now, securing another effortless kill to keep this rally going. What a response. Aster shuts down that rally in a flash, putting him in a position to end it all right now. Absolute perfection from Aster to close it out and secure the victory. Zeth definitely put up a fight, but that's just another win for the veteran in this rivalry. Aster gets a fast start here, capitalizing on that height advantage from the ramp. Aster historically won 76% of their meetings, and we're seeing that historical dominance translate into an early lead. It's not surprising given the significant gap in their ratings. Omnic really needs to find a way to disrupt this momentum. Omnic claws back to make it a dead heat. He's definitely defying his usual luck tonight. Aster is starting to exert his will here, putting the pressure right back on Omnic. He's certainly putting that top quartile ranking to work here. Neither player is giving an inch in this free deadlock. It's a total flip of their last encounter today. Aster pulls ahead by 1 as we enter round 7. He's definitely playing with the confidence of a 27-9 day. Omnic has barely managed a single win in his last 11 games. That lack of confidence is starting to show as he lets Aster dictate the pace of the series. He's just completely frozen up here. Unreal. He barely survives the carnage to extend the streak to 3. He's truly digging in his heels when the pressure mounts. The momentum has completely shifted as Aster secures another win to extend his run. Omnic finds a way to get back in the match just before the switch. Just a quick spark of life from him to close the half. Aster leads 8-4 after a strong opening. I mean, the gap in skill is evident here. He's comfortably in control of the series, precisely as we anticipated heading into this match. Let's see if Omnic can pivot. Aster still holds a comfortable 3-round cushion. He really is fighting an uphill battle against the top 11 seed. Another efficient round for Omnic, showing some real grit to bridge this gap. That's a surprising turnaround from a tough start. Aster keeps the lead at 9-6. Aster is looking much more like his usual self right now. And Aster is cruising now with a commanding 4-round lead. He manages to pick Omnic off the ramp, reclaiming full control of the series. The gap in their career percentages is staring us right in the face. A solid response from Omnic to hold the momentum. Omnic has really found a second win here, refusing to let Aster close this out early. A lightning fast exchange, and Aster is now just 1 round away from victory. That was a ridiculously fast kill to shut down the comeback. Huge reflex shot there by Omnic to keep the dream alive. The pressure is mounting on the favorite to seal this deal. And there it is. Aster closes the door with a perfect final exchange to secure the series. He just seemed too consistent today, never letting the underdog get any real footing in this series. Omnic holds a significant 104-82 lead in their head-to-head history. Well, that historical dominance hasn't translated to his recent play, as he struggled with a 111 record today. He needs to find a way to turn things around quickly. Zeth just barely missed that one, and Omnic manages to scrap back into this match. Still a bit of a hill to climb given his recent struggles. Zeth is really dominating here, leading 3-1. The lower ranked player today is certainly feeling the pressure. Zeth is just cruising along with a 4-1 lead. A real struggle for the lower seeded player here. A fierce battle on the ramp, but he secures his third straight round. The lower ranked player is simply outclassed right now. A tough exchange on the ramp, but Omnic comes out on top here. He definitely seems to have Zeth's number over the long haul. He's really digging in now, putting together a nice little run to close that gap. It's a huge swing of momentum for the pre-match favorite. He manages to clear the ramp and keeps the fire rolling. He is playing with a lot more confidence than those earlier sets. Zeth shuts that down instantly, regaining a 2-round cushion. He's definitely playing his best game of the day so far. He puts a sharp shot on Zeth from the ramp, keeping this rally alive right before the break. He's locking in just in time for the mid-match reset. Zeth takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, we went in expecting a toss-up, but Zeth is looking sharper. Omnic has a way better overall head-to-head record, but it just hasn't been able to shut the door here. Time for a fresh start. A stunning display of precision as he shuts the door on the round without taking any damage. Absolutely effortless flick to keep things tight. What a turnaround. He secures the ramp to tie this match up at 7-all. Total deadlock now as we head into the second half. He's completely shifted the tide, taking a lead with an incredibly fast reaction. He clears Zeth off the ramp with ease, pushing his current streak to 4. Zeth is really starting to feel the heat of the spotlight now. He is simply unstoppable right now, pushing his win streak to 5. The pre-match favorite has finally found his stride. Zeth claws back another round, showing a lot of grit in this effort. He's managing to stay in the fight despite the deficit. He secures another clean win from the ramp, continuing his strong push forward. That's the kind of precision we expected from the higher seed. Omnic is simply refusing to let this match slip, putting himself on the verge of victory. He is just completely outplaying his opponent in these exchanges. Unbelievable. What a way to close it out, securing the map with a perfect final shot. Finally gets a win on the board for the day. He's just far too consistent in these matchups against Zeth. Aster has an incredibly dominant head-to-head record, leading Zeth by a massive 147-34. He has won every single one of their last 5 meetings. It will be interesting to see if Zeth can actually put a stop to that streak today. Zeth secures a huge advantage from the ramp and just won't stop. Definitely not the start the top-ranked guy wanted to have. A flawless response here as Aster refuses to let the lead slip further away. It's still a tough climb for the favorite to erase this deficit. Zeth is simply too sharp right now, picking him right off the ramp. Zeth is fighting back despite that lower ranking on the ladder. Aster holds his ground from the ramp, showing some real grit to pull another one back. He's definitely fighting to reclaim that favorite status. Unreal. He nearly went down, but managed to scrape through that exchange with practically nothing left. Absolute fluke that he walked away from that trade. He manages to pick up another one from the ramp, completely erasing that early deficit. Absolutely untouchable right now, taking control of the match with 4 straight wins. He's showing why he sits so much higher on the ladder. He is simply on fire, crossing the 5-win mark with total ease. Zeth shuts down the run, keeping things tight as they head into the final round of the half. A crucial response to tighten things up before the break. We've got a deadlock at 6-6. I mean, this is a surprising start for Aster, given he usually controls this specific map. Zeth is showing a lot of heart to stay level. After that big 5-round push from the higher seed. Fresh start for both guys. What a scramble. He barely hangs on with a sliver of health to take the lead. That's the second time he survived on a total prayer. Zeth is really capitalizing on those high ground positions to keep this thing tied up. He's really shaking off those previous losses from earlier today. Zeth is simply refusing to budge, using that window to build some real momentum here. He steps up with a clean finish to bring things completely level. Zeth just doesn't seem to have the answer for his opponent's style. He just deletes him off that ramp, continuing a very impressive pushback into this match. The gap in their skill levels is starting to show again. Absolutely a rapid response to secure another round. He's really surging forward now. Zeth just outplays him from the ramp to keep the score close. Zeth really needs a strong push here to avoid another 13-9 defeat. Aster manages to outpeak him from the ramp, proving he's not fading away just yet. He's certainly asserting his authority as the higher seed now. Zeth is refusing to go away, expertly reading Aster from the toolbox to bring this right back to a 1-round game. Zeth is just completely refusing to go away, taking a huge bite out of Aster's lead with that quick kill from the ramp. A complete turnaround from that last match they played today. Zeth is absolutely on a tear right now, edging closer than ever to finishing this match. What a stop! He completely shuts the door on that push, forcing this whole series into overtime. The speed of these exchanges is just breathtaking. Zeth is reacting instantly right now. An absolute nightmare for a player who's normally so dominant. Zeth's confidence must be through the roof right now, holding all the momentum in these final stages. He's making a huge statement against a top 12 rival. He's simply too fast, picking up another round to bring himself right to the finish line. Aster just keeps digging deep, shutting things down from the ramp to keep his hopes alive. He's definitely showing the composure of a high-seed veteran. And that is it. Zeth closes the door with a perfect finish to claim the victory. He's finally broken that curse. I can't believe we just saw that happen, given how much he struggled against his opponent. What a fight! Omnic holds a substantial 105-82 lead in their head-to-head history. But we're seeing Zeth carry a lot more momentum after a rough stretch. I wonder if that psychological edge is finally starting to fade for Omnic. Zeth is on fire, pushing ahead with a 2-1 lead. Zeth has certainly found some stability across his matches today. The tides have completely turned. Omnic just wiped out Zeth's early lead in a flash. Lightning fast reaction that puts him in total control right now. Zeth is quick on the draw here, bringing the series right back to a deadlock. Omnic claws back to a 4-3 lead. Zeth has a bit more experience in the ladder rankings, but it's not showing. A total stalemate now, with both sides sitting at 4. The higher rated player is definitely starting to push back. Zeth is really struggling to find a consistent flow here, while Omnic keeps finding a way to stay just ahead. Omnic is currently skating through his toughest part of the day, considering he's been 2-11 in his recent games. This sudden surge of confidence is clearly shaking Zeth's composure. He needs to answer back soon, or this lead will become an insurmountable gap. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Honestly, it's a very balanced start that mirrors the even map stats we saw before the match. Zeth just needs to steal a couple more rounds to flatten this out. Time to see who blinks first. Omnic is pulling away now, leading 8-5. Zeth's slightly higher rating hasn't helped him find a way back today. Nick is no no. Momentum shift is mirroring a tight pattern we've seen all day. He's completely taking over this match, putting 3 straight behind him. Zed's higher rank isn't providing much safety right now. Absolutely crushing it now, securing a 4th consecutive round without breaking a sweat. Finally, a positive result for Zeth to snap that losing streak. It's a small silver lining for the higher rated player here. The gap is closing fast and Zeth is finally starting to put some serious pressure on the lead. He's really charging back now, taking a 3rd straight to chip away at that lead. He's really fighting to raise that deficit from their last encounter. He's absolutely relentless, carving out a 4-round surge to put himself right back in the mix. Sharp response from Omnic, shutting down that comeback attempt immediately. And that is it. Omnic closes the door and secures the victory. He's just too strong in this matchup. Zeth really gave it his all, but it's the same story yet again. Omnic has historically won about 56% of their encounters. It makes sense why he's the one taking the early control here. We're seeing that deep head-to-head dominance translate right into this match. Zeth edges ahead with a tight 2-1 lead. It's a tighter contest than the rank gap would suggest. Zeth completely takes over, securing another flawless round to stretch the lead. A tough stretch for him after that strong victory on Redline earlier. He's simply too fast right now, putting himself in total control of the server. Opposite result from their clash on Redline. He refuses to crumble, answering back with a sharp shot to keep this close. He's looking for a way to claw back into the driver's seat. He's not letting up now, securing another quick win to tighten this gap further. The pressure is starting to build for the leader. Omnic has had a tough day overall with a 3-11 record in the last 24 hours. And honestly, that lack of confidence seems to be weighing on him as Zeth starts to pull away. He'll need to find a way to stop this sliding momentum. Absolute lockdown from Zeth, who just completely erased any hope of a comeback for the other side. He's just on fire, securing his 4th straight win to go into the break with huge momentum. Just a total cruise into the halftime break. Zeth holds a solid 8-4 lead going into the break. I mean, he's really defied the head-to-head history here. He's played too clean for Omnic to get any traction as he heads into the second half. Time to shake it off. Zeth maintains that 3-round cushion at 8-5. Zeth has looked a bit shaky after that tough loss to Esther earlier. He's putting up a real fight now, taking another round without losing a single point of health. He's really starting to find a gap in the defense. He's on a roll now, securing his 3rd straight win to keep the pressure high. The favorite is finally reclaiming his ground. Another efficient outing, extending the lead to 9-7. A quick recovery for the low-ranked player. He's showing some real grit, putting an end to that run and narrowing the gap. He's definitely reminding us why he entered this as the favorite. Unbelievable! He's completely erased the lead to bring us level at 9-9. He's completely rewritten the script for this series. He's on an absolute tear, taking the lead and making it 3 straight. Just absolute lightning fast reactions from the leader right now. Zeth brings this series right back to a deadlock. Zeth is playing with a lot more composure than we saw in his fight against Aster. He just refuses to back down, taking a commanding 11-10 lead as the comeback continues. He's simply refusing to let go, putting himself 1 step away from victory. A crisp finish to wrap up that. Huge stop by Zeth to keep himself in the game. Just enough composure to stop the bleeding. What a way to force a tie. We are headed straight into overtime. Neither side is blinking an eye in this grudge match. What a statement. Omnic handles this one with ease to force the map to its absolute limit. He's definitely fighting back to prove that early favorite status. He's shown incredible heart, surviving a heavy exchange to take a commanding lead in this overtime. What a run. He takes another round completely unscathed to push his lead to 15-12. Zeth just can't find an answer to these fast entries. absolute madness. Omnic Storm back to seal the victory and take the series. Coming off a rough start to the day, he really dug deep in those final moments to pull through. Just couldn't shake that momentum. What a fight. Aster has looked practically unstoppable in their head-to-head history, winning over 80% of their total encounters. But Zeth managed to secure the win in their very last meeting. It will be interesting to see if he can actually repeat that performance here. Zeth is currently holding a slim 2-1 lead. He's definitely playing his best game against the top 12 right now. Zeth is really putting a lot of pressure on Aster here, quickly building a solid cushion early on. Zeth is now sitting pretty with a 3-2 advantage. He has been on a tear with 26 wins over the last day. Zeth is just dominating, pulling ahead to a 4-2 lead. The lower rated side is really holding their ground today. Aster holds an incredibly strong overall win rate of 65% across his career. But he's really struggling to convert that experience into points today. It's becoming a genuine problem as he falls further behind in the score. Aster earns a crucial response from the boost, showing some real grit as he fights back. He definitely looked more composed in that exchange. Zeth's just cruising with a commanding 6-3 lead. It's a tough spot for the 12th ranked man right now. A total shutdown of the round, and he's refusing to let this game slip away. Zeth is really making a statement in this series. He's staying aggressive, cutting that lead back to a single round just before we hit the break. Zeth takes a 7-5 lead going into the break. Well, he's absolutely shaking up the script right now. Aster usually owns this matchup, so seeing the lower ranked player in control is a huge surprise. Let's see if Aster can pivot. Zeth still holds the upper hand at 8-5. The momentum shift is real considering the 184 rating gap. Zeth keeps his foot on the gas, utilizing that ramp position to put himself in a really strong place. That's an incredibly efficient way to secure another point. He shuts down the comeback attempt and keeps the pressure high with another victory. Unreal, he manages to survive that absolute chaos by a single point of health to keep his roll going. He's simply outclassing his opponent right now and just needs one more to secure the victory. Aster finds a way to answer back and stave off that immediate defeat. A huge test of nerves for the favorite to dig in now. And that's it. Zeth shuts the door with a perfect shot and secures the map. He's just completely dismantled the higher seed today. It's rare to see someone outplay the top 12 this decisively. What a start. Omnic barely walks away from that. Absolute carnage to take the opening frame. Aster has the historical advantage here, having won 76% of their head-to-head battles. It's clear that Omnic is throwing the script out the window right now. He's playing with total confidence despite being a huge underdog. We're deadlocked at 2-all as they head back out. He's certainly putting that top quartile ranking into practice right now. The momentum has completely shifted as Aster secures his 3rd straight point. The favorites are certainly making their presence felt here. He's just unstoppable right now, picking up his 4th straight victory. Opposite of the results he's seeing from his other matches today. He's simply too fast, securing a 5th straight round without taking a single point of damage. The onslaught continues. He's now put together a 6-round tear to take a commanding lead. Goodness, that was a brawl. Aster barely survives that fight, but he manages to keep his streak alive. Simply an absolute wall of momentum for Aster, crossing 8 straight wins. This feels like a complete reversal from their last meeting. Omnic finally snaps that losing streak with a crisp headshot. He's definitely feeling the effects of those 3 straight losses lately. Aster holds the 8-4 lead going into the break. Everything is playing out exactly as the odds predicted. He's in total control of the map right now. Time to see if Omnic rebounds. Omnic is on a tear right now with a 3-game winning streak overall. It's quite a contrast to the struggle Aster has faced, having dropped his last 3 contests. He needs to find an answer quickly if he wants to keep his lead. Aster still holds a slim 3-point cushion here. A huge 26-10 run for the favorite over the last day. He's refusing to go away, putting up a great fight as the gap narrows to just 2 rounds. The pressure is mounting on the favorite to close this out. Aster keeps his grip with a 10-7 advantage. A completely effortless trade here as he continues this impressive climb back into the game. Aster is starting to separate himself again, keeping Omnic at arm's length as we head into the 20th. He shuts the door on any hope of a comeback, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. Total control from the higher ranked side throughout this series. Unbelievable. Aster closes out the match with a lightning fast shot to seal the victory. He really exerted his dominance today, proving why he is the higher seeded player on this map. Obnik holds a clear historical advantage with a 56% win rate in their career matches. It's an edge that really supports his confidence, especially after beating Zed in their most recent meeting. I'm interested to see if Zed can flip the script today. Zed is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. He's playing a lot like he did in that 13-6 win over Esther. Simply too fast, he's now taken 3 straight to really seize the lead. A tough spot for a guy who usually owns this matchup. Absolute perfection on that shot, extending his run to 4 straight. Finally, he gets the momentum back and walks away without taking a single point of damage. A vital step back for the favorite to stabilize this series. He's refusing to back down, securing another round to keep this comeback alive. The favorite is starting to put the pressure back on. What a result, he's completely erased the deficit to tie things up at 4-4. Everything is back to square one for both of them. What a scramble, he clings to life with a sliver of health to take his 4th straight. That was a terrifyingly close call for him. He manages to outlast him in a tight scramble, bringing the series back to a deadlock. Zeth definitely has the edge in recent form tonight. He's showing incredible grit, stepping up just in time to take a narrow lead. A clean look for him as he keeps pace with the higher seeds. We're all tied up at 6-6 heading into the break. I mean, this is exactly the kind of nail-biter we anticipated for this matchup. Both players traded identical 4-round bursts to keep this series dead even. Fresh start for both guys. He just stepped up with a clean response to take control of the scoreboard. He's really digging in to prove why he entered this as the favorite. Omnic claws back to make it a 7-7 deadlock. He's currently showing a stronger trend in his last 10 games. He's totally in control now, effortlessly taking the lead back in this series. The higher seed is starting to separate himself from the pack. Zeth answers right back and we're stuck at 8-all. Zeth has found a lot of confidence after that rout against Aster earlier. Zeth just edges ahead, reclaiming a slim 1-point advantage. He's playing well above the level of his number 31 rank today. Zeth is simply too strong right now, picking up a 3rd straight round with ease. A really strong showing considering his place on the ladder. He's just relentless, extending this run to 4 straight as Omnic continues to struggle. The streak finally breaks as he secures a completely clean frame to keep himself in the hunt. Crucial reset to keep the pressure on the lead. That's a sharp play from Zeth to put himself just 1 round away from victory. Zeth is really putting on a clinic as the underdog today. A great exchange there, but Omnic digs deep to keep the dream alive. There was a quick burst of speed to secure the frame. And there it is. Zeth shuts the door on this series to secure the victory. A huge statement for the lower seed, proving he can take down the favorite in a tight set. He really played his heart out. What a fight. Welcome everyone, we're live on a red line for a match between Aster and Zef. Aster is heavily favored to take this one. Aster came out firing, using that ramp to get the first look and secure the opener. He is showing exactly why the head-to-head stats are so skewed. Aster has practically owned this rivalry with an 80% head-to-head win rate. It makes total sense that we are seeing him take control of the early game. The big question is whether Zef can find any answer to this momentum. Zef tried to use that elevation, but Aster was just too quick to react. That's a huge contrast to their last map meeting. Unbelievable. Zef claws back from the ramp, narrowly surviving with a sliver of health. It's a welcome sight for him after that tough 13-8 loss earlier. Zef keeps the lead with that aggressive play from the ramp, really putting the pressure on. It is a bold shift from his usual results against this opponent. He's just on fire right now, cleaning up from the ramp for another win. The underdog is really making a statement today. The momentum shift is complete as he secures another point to keep the streak alive. He seems to have a real handle on this match today. Aster finds a quick response here to close the gap to 4-5. He's definitely fighting to get back to his usual form today. Zef keeps the pressure up, using that ramp advantage to widen the lead to 6. Zef is certainly playing with a lot of confidence right now. Aster pulls that one back from below, really making Zef pay for overextending on the ramp. A tough reality check for the rank 31 player right now. We've got a dead heat at 6-6 going into the break. Honestly, I'm surprised Zef is still hanging in here given the historical gaps between these two players. Let's see if he can keep it tight. Time to see who blinks first. A real battle of nerves on that high ground. And Zef manages to come out on top again. He's certainly refusing to be intimidated by the rating gap today. Zef is really putting the pressure on right now, taking control of the match as he pulls ahead by 2. A total flip from the usual results we see between them. He's absolutely taking over now, claiming another victory to keep that hot streak going. A surprising turn of events for the higher ranked man here. What a scramble! He holds on to the lead with an incredibly tight firefight from the ramp. This is an absolute nightmare for the favored man right now. He's just not letting up, extending that streak to 5 while pushing his lead to 11. A complete reversal of their typical patterns today. Aster finally cuts off that run with a swift response. Aster is starting to chip away at that lead, putting together a nice little run of his own. He's certainly looking to avoid another repeat of their last encounter. He's completely taken over the pace of this game, securing his 3rd straight point. He is finally playing the way we expected from the start. Pure brilliance from the veteran. He's now taken 4 straight to pull within a single round. Absolute chaos. He manages to fight his way back to a deadlock, bringing the score level at 11-11. Everything is reset now. We are headed straight for a nail-biter. What a surge. He's now just 1 round away from completing a massive comeback. Exactly what the top seed needed to do here. What an incredible finish. Aster closes the curtain on this series to complete a stunning comeback victory. Zef really pushed him to the absolute limit, but the experience eventually paid off. He deserved a better result after playing his heart out. What a series. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Omnic taking on a very strong Aster today on fast aim. Aster has Lack. Hey, lack. Omnic is really flexing his strength at 2-1. Aster is finally starting to look like the favorite. The momentum has shifted completely. Aster has really taken control of the tempo here. Omnic edges ahead and now holds a 3-2 lead. A huge shift from their last encounter on Dunes. Omnic's just relentless, pushing his lead to 4-2. A very unusual start for the top quartile talent. Aster was too quick there, just picking him right off the ramp. He's coming into this game on a very hot tear today. We are officially deadlocked at 4-all. Aster is absolutely on fire, quickly putting him down from the ramp to secure a third straight. His superior rank is starting to make a difference here. Absolute speed from the top seed, barely needing a second to secure a fourth straight. Omnic shuts down the rally by catching his opponent on the ramp. A much needed answer for a player who's struggled throughout today. We're all tied up at 6-6 heading into the break. I mean, Omnic is playing way above his usual level here. He's managed to withstand that big run from Aster and is currently staring down a potential upset. Let's see who blinks first. Omnic claws back the lead with a 7-6 advantage. The rating difference really isn't showing up in this set. Aster keeps his cool from the ramp to bring us right back to a dead heat. A complete toss-up now, despite the experience gap. Omnic regains a slim advantage, pushing it to 8-7. Omnic is fighting a huge uphill battle with that 32% all-time win rate. It makes his current lead even more impressive since he's usually outclassed by this kind of competition. He really needs to lock this run in. Omnic's really pulling away now, commanding a 2-round cushion. Omnic is really putting Aster in a tight spot here, putting a significant gap between them as he closes in. He's completely shaking off that loss from their meeting on Dunes. Another rapid-fire win as he drops his opponent right off the ramp. Truly a shocking turnaround for the predicted favorite. Unbelievable. He seals the deal right here and claims the series victory. Total shocker to see this outcome, especially with how dominant Aster usually is in this matchup. Omnic has an overall head-to-head advantage with 106 wins over Zeth. But that history doesn't account for their most recent encounter, which Zeth won. It will be interesting to see if he can keep that momentum rolling today. He's just completely shut down his opponent to open a huge gap early. The slight favorite is definitely feeling the pressure right now. Absolutely wild. Omnic barely survives that exchange, clinging to a tiny sliver of health to claw back into this. Zeth is just dominating with a massive 4-1 lead. The higher rated player is really making his presence felt. Zeth holds that high ground perfectly and continues to just roll through this early set. He's looking very comfortable after that victory on Mapas. Omnic has struggled a bit today, going 5-13 over the last 24 hours. It's a tough stretch, but he's showing a lot of resilience by refusing to let Zeth completely take over. We'll see if he can actually turn this deficit around. Zeth is cruising now with a commanding 6-2 lead. It's tough to shake off that previous loss on Mapas. What a fight. Omnic manages to clear him off the ramp in a total scramble to secure the round. He definitely needs to find some consistency after that tough set of games. A completely clean kill here as he continues to chip away at that lead. He is really starting to put those higher expectations into practice. He's on fire right now, taking full control of the momentum as we head toward the mid-match break. He is putting on a clinic with his movement right now. Zeth takes a 7-5 lead into the break. It's been a very balanced set so far. Despite the small gap, the fight stays intense since both players have already traded several winning streaks. Time for a reset. Zeth is pulling away again, leading it 8-5. It's a tight battle on the ladder between these two. Zeth is pushing for the finish with a 9-5 lead. Zeth is clearly capitalizing on his higher seed in this set. Omnic is fighting back, but he really needs to keep this momentum going if he wants to bridge that gap. Zeth's really pulling ahead now, sitting at 10. He's looking strong as he holds that ladder advantage. Zeth is just relentlessly pressing at 10-7. That was an incredibly fast exchange to close out the round. He's not backing down, putting together a second straight round with an effortless burst. Zeth is making it really difficult for Omnic to string together a comeback attempt. A flawless engagement from Omnic to keep his hopes alive. A vital point to keep this set within reach. He just deleted Zeth from the ramp to keep this fight alive. The pressure is mounting for Zeth as he loses his grip. He's completely locked in now, leveling the playing field with a third straight victory. Jeth shuts the door on that rally, putting himself just 1 point away from victory. A huge moment to regain control right when it mattered the most. Incredible, he claws back yet again to force a deadlock at 12 apiece. Neither player is letting up as we enter this final stretch. This is pure chaos. We're seeing a total stalemate as neither side can pull away for more than 1 round. Just a razor-thin margin separating them now. Zef is really picking up speed now, ending those rounds faster and faster as we reach the end. Zeth is just completely in control now, edging closer to the finish line. Pure efficiency on a high-stakes play. He refuses to go quietly, keeping the dream alive with another hard-fought victory. He's fighting through a really rough patch this afternoon. What a response. He keeps this rally going and forces Zeth to dig deep for the win. He's really refusing to let Zeth close this out. Unbelievable. Zeth barely survives this absolute bloodbath to secure the series victory. He just couldn't close the gap in those final moments. This victory is huge for Zeth to keep his recent run against him alive. He really earned that one. Aster is the heavy favorite here with a dominant 80% win rate in their head-to-head history. It's clear Zeth is hoping to play the spoiler today, especially after just taking that first round. I wonder if that's enough to shake Aster's confidence. Zeth is suddenly in control with the 2-1 lead. Zeth is definitely playing with house money right now. They're trading everything back and forth. This is becoming a total deadlock. Aster claws back the lead, putting Zeth trailing by 1. Zeth has clearly struggled against him in the past. We've got a dead heat with both players sitting at 3. It's a huge shift for a player who usually struggles this much. Aster was far too quick there, just cutting Zeth right off that box. He's really showing that rating difference in the mid-game. Aster is really starting to distance himself here. Pulling off another quick kill with Zeth still perched up high. He is absolutely on fire right now, securing a third straight round. He's looking far more composed than in that close red line set. Absolutely effortless. He's just completely taken over the map now. His higher rank is starting to feel like a huge wall. Zeth answers back immediately to hold that momentum. He's certainly putting up a fighting effort despite the odds. Aster takes a solid lead with an 8-4 score. Well, the top seed is just doing exactly what we anticipated. He has firmly established himself as the one to beat going into the second half. Let's see how Zeth reacts here. Aster has been on a tear with a 26-9 record over the last day. I mean, Zeth is trying to maintain the underdog's resilience here, but the sheer momentum Aster brought into this match is still a huge factor. He needs to snap out of this momentary lapse. Aster just keeps pushing, moving ahead to 9-6. Aster is really starting to open up the gap, and Zeth just can't seem to find any safe ground. The skill gap is simply too wide to overcome right now. A wild brawl of a round, but he manages to scramble through and take his third in a row. He's really putting his 13th ranking on full display. He's just untouchable right now, moving one step closer to a huge victory. Game over. He closes it out with a perfect final blow to take the series. He looked just way too comfortable on this map, practically owning every single engagement. Aster enters this match with a huge historical advantage, having won 76% of their head-to-head encounters. It's a stark contrast to the early scoreline, given how thoroughly he usually controls this specific rivalry. I'm curious to see if he can shut things down early. Omnic is really putting the pressure on Aster now. Omnic is really starting to pull away from the favorites here. Coming off a rough 5-14 run today, he's finally finding some confidence. Omnic holds a narrow 3-2 lead as we reset. He's certainly playing like the higher rated player in this series. And just like that, Aster evens things up. He's definitely bringing that top 12 experience into the server. Unbelievable, he claws back from the brink of death to secure another round. He's looking incredibly sharp after that 13-6 result against Zef earlier. The momentum has completely flipped and he's now rolled to 4 straight. He's really putting those ratings to the test today. Omnic answers back quickly, shutting down that momentum swing. The underdog continues to play out of his skin today. We've got a complete deadlock at 5 apiece. The higher rated player is definitely feeling the heat right now. He's completely taking over this match, putting up 3 straight to build a slender lead. A surprising shift in confidence for the lower seeded player. We're all square at 6 apiece. I mean, it's a complete shock seeing Omnic hold his own like this. Aster has usually crushed this matchup, but is not finding any separation as we head into the second half. Fresh start for both players. Omnic edges ahead by 1 as we start round 13. He's looking surprisingly resilient given how much the ladder odds favored Aster. Pure chaos now, Aster has forced a total tie. The top 12 seed is showing some real poise. This series is moving so quickly now, both players are practically teleporting into their shots. Omnic is now sitting on a 2-round win streak. You know, it's an impressive turnaround since he started the day with that tough 5-14 run. He's finally found a way to neutralize the rating gap in this series. He's showing a lot of grit here, taking another one to keep this series within reach. He needs a big stand here to keep the... What a fight. Aster barely scrapes through that encounter with his life, but he's continuing to claw his way back. That was an incredibly tight trade there. What a dominant stretch. He is completely owning this phase of the match now. He's not letting a single chance slip through his fingers now. What a wild exchange. He practically barely survives that fight to keep this momentum charging forward. He is just refusing to let a single round slip. A quick response from Omnic to bring us right back to a deadlock. This is a nerve-wracking spot for the higher rated player. That was an effortless stop for Aster, and he's now just a single point away from victory. He's really starting to justify that favoritism. Absolutely phenomenal. Aster completes the comeback and closes out the series. Omnic really pushed him to the absolute limit this time, giving us one of the closer battles we've seen all day. What a fight. Omnic has the edge in their overall head-to-head history, coming in with over 100 wins against Zef, but the momentum shifted recently with Zef taking their last encounter. It will be interesting to see if he can build on that current confidence. He's completely in control, extending the gap to 3 straight. The odds favored the other side going into this. Zef is simply on fire, punishing him from the ramp to push this lead to 4-0. Omnic answers back here to put a halt to that run. He'll want to shake off that rough set against Esther. Zef is just too fast right now, picking him off from the ramp to keep the pressure high. Zef is showing a lot more consistency across his recent matches. With an 18-18 record today, it's a complete contrast to Omnic, who has struggled significantly more than usual in the last few hours. He really needs to find a way to stabilize this match if he wants to avoid another loss. Absolute perfection from him, barely taking a scratch as the comeback continues. His confidence is skyrocketing as he claws back into this. What a turnaround! He completely levels the score by taking another one down from the ramp. A scrappy exchange here, but Zeth manages to survive and stay in the lead. He's certainly proving he can handle the pressure today. We head into the break deadlocked at 6-6. I mean, this is exactly the kind of nail-biter we expected, given how close they are on this map. Both players have the confidence to take over the second half. Time to see who blinks first. Zeth claims a narrow lead, moving ahead 7-6. A surprising shift in form for the man currently ranked lower on the ladder. Zeth is pulling away now, leading 8-6. A tough stretch today for him, having dropped 10 of his last 15. He's just too sharp today, strolling to another victory and putting more distance between himself and the opposition. A tough time of it for the favorite so far today. He's refusing to go quietly, staying sharp to close the gap further. We're seeing a total reversal from that high-scoring victory he had over Aster. He's showing impressive grit, securing another clean finish to keep this rally alive. He's finally starting to play like the higher-seeded competitor. Zeth holds onto a slim 2-point advantage. He's definitely capitalizing on the current slump from the favorite. Zeth is really putting on the pressure here, forcing Omnic to dig deep for an answer. He's really asserting himself regardless of the long-term head-to-head numbers. Another rapid reaction to keep the pressure on, and the rally is still very much alive. Both players traded heavy blows, but Omnic is simply refusing to back down now. He's really digging in deep now. Total wipeout of his momentum, leaving us deadlocked at 11-11. Absolute chaos now that we're back to a dead lead. Devastating blow as Zeth secures his lead, leaving him just one round away from victory. Unbelievable. He has fought his way back into this, forcing a tie and pushing everything into overtime. What an incredible display of will. He just keeps pushing forward to take the lead in this overtime battle. He is completely locking down these late exchanges. He's simply refusing to let up, extending this surge with another quick win. Just an absolute wall of momentum now, cruising to another win. That's a colossal swing in favor of the... He's refusing to let the match slip, shutting down the favorite with an easy pick. That was a crisp exchange to bring this one back into focus. He's refusing to crumble, stepping up to stay alive in this series. A really quick set of responses to bring it within one. Unreal. He barely survives that trade, but somehow pulls through to take his third in a row. Zeth keeps the upper hand with a 16-15 lead. And we are back to a complete deadlock at 16-all. Zeth knows he's ahead by one, barely holding the lead. His resilience is on full display in this overtime stretch. Zeth pushes the advantage further to 18-16. He's completely shaking off the typical hierarchy in this series. Omnic claws back to within one, trailing 17-18. Zeth's composure is the key here, but his lead is thinning. Zeth secures a 2-round buffer, now leading 19-17. He really dug his heels in to get this one over the line. That's a massive result for his confidence moving forward. What a series! Aster is a powerhouse here with a historical win rate of 66% on this map. You know, it's a massive gap compared to Zeth's struggles in this arena. It'll be interesting to see if that experience keeps him from falling behind early. Aster holds a slim lead as we head back. His head-to-head record against this opponent is just staggering. He's simply too fast today, taking the lead with 3 straight. Zeth is really feeling that gap in rating tonight. He's absolutely relentless, picking up another one and taking full control of this set. He's completely taking over this match now, securing his 5th straight point. The skill difference is blatantly obvious right now. He barely walks away from that exchange, but it's another point for the leader. This is looking very similar to their last meeting on the dunes. Finally, a response from Zef to slow the momentum down. He's fighting an uphill battle given that ladder difference. Aster has a 26-9 record over the last day. It shows he's in top form and knowing how to close out these maps. I wonder if Zeth can find any way to break that streak. Aster is just dominating, sitting comfortably at 8-2. He's playing far above his current rank in this one. He's just completely in control, extending the run to 3 as we approach the break. He is really putting on a clinic right now. Aster takes a huge 10-2 lead into the break. Well, this is exactly how we expected this game to go. He's clearly the superior player today, mirroring his huge overall lead in their head-to-head series. Zeth needs to find some answers. Zeth finds another, narrowing it to 10-3. A huge mountain to climb for someone sitting at rank 31. Zeth claws back, but he's still trailing 10-4. It's a rare sight seeing the lower seed push back this hard. He just can't be stopped right now, putting 3 of these in a row. Zeth is fighting back despite that lower seed positioning. A sharp react and he's back in the winner's circle. His overall history against this opponent is just overwhelming. He wins another hard-fought duel, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. Everything about this map favors the top seed. Zed steps up with a strong play to keep himself in this game. That was a quick conversion to get some breathing room. Zeth continues his surge, digging deep to find another round here. He's definitely not giving up without a fight. Boom! What a finish to secure the victory. He just keeps the pressure on no matter who he faces, putting another win in the books today. Aster looks sharp early on, taking control of the ramp to start things off. Aster has historically owned this rivalry, winning. Aster is just cruising with a comfortable 3-1 lead. Omnic manages to hold a strong position on the ramp to force a tie. Omnic is fighting hard to flip the script after that loss on Blame Orange. Aster keeps the pressure on with a 4-2 lead. The top quartile talent is showing through right now. Omnic is closing the gap, sitting right behind Aster 3-4. What an insane scrap. Aster barely hangs on to the win after that brutal exchange. Aster has been absolutely on fire today with a 27-9 record over his last few matches. You know, he's riding a huge wave of confidence into this server, and it's making him very difficult to rattle. Omnic really needs to find an answer fast. What a scramble! Aster barely claws out of that disaster with his life. His recent form has been stellar, staying strong throughout the day. We're heading into the break with Aster up 8-4. I mean, everything is playing out exactly as predicted. Omnic is fighting back a bit, but the gap in their overall skill level is clearly showing. Sides are swapping. Let's see a spark. Aster's just run away with it, leading 9-4. That's a really tough road for him. Coming off such a rough day, Aster is just outclassing him now at 10-4. That gap in the ladder is really manifesting right now. He's simply too fast, extending his run while keeping his health completely intact. A rough stretch for the number 35 ranked player. Unreal. He barely survives with a sliver of health to move one step closer to victory. That's some nerve to walk away with a win on such a thin margin. He finds a way to dig deep and secure this round, forcing Aster to earn that final point. He's clearly not ready to just hand this one over. He strikes again from the ramp, refusing to let the game end just yet. A surprising turn of events for the favorite right now. What a finish. Aster shuts the door on this match with a clean shot from the ramp. He just completely dismantled the competition today. It's tough to bounce back when you're facing a wall like that. Omnic opens things up strong, quickly catching Zeph as he tried to hold the ramp. Omnic is just chewing through these rounds, putting an end to this fight in a heartbeat. Zeph needs to flip the script after that previous loss to this guy. Zeph holds his ground on the ramp and gets an answer back right away. He's historically the stronger player on this specific layout. We are all square now as Omnic and Zeth reset. Zeth has definitely got the momentum after their last clash. Omnic pulls ahead, taking a slim lead over Zeth. He really needs a strong showing after those rough losses to Aster. Omnic has clearly dominated the Lifetime series with a 55% win rate against Zeth. But the current trend is flipping in the other direction for the lower seed. It'll be interesting to see if Zeth can claw back into this one. Omnic holds a 2-round cushion as they head back in. He's really fighting to shake off those losses to Aster. These rounds are flying by. Omnic is making Zeth look like he's standing still right now. Zeph is refusing to fold, stepping up with an incredibly precise burst to keep this series within reach. Zeth continues his charge, erasing any lead Omnic had managed to build before the mid-match break. We've got a dead heat at 6-6 going into the break. I mean, it's exactly the deadlock we expected. Zeph looked incredibly composed during that 3-round run to tie things up. Time to see who blinks first. Zeph is looking sharp, grabbing the kill from the wall to keep the pressure on. The underdog is really starting to dictate the pace now. Good grief. That was almost a throw. Omnic barely walks away from that chaotic exchange with a sliver of health. Omnic reads him perfectly, picking Zeth right off the toolbox to build some momentum. A tough stretch for Zeth after that strong showing against him earlier. Absolutely untouchable right now, putting together a 3-round burst of total control. Zeth shows some real grit here, clawing another round back to keep this contest tied. He's playing with a huge amount of confidence right now. Omnic is leaning on that historical head-to-head edge, having won over 100 matches against Zeth in the past. It's certainly helping him keep his cool despite a rocky start to his overall day. Let's see if he can bridge that gap to a double-digit lead. Zeth secures a clean kill from the ramp, refusing to let the lead slip away. It's a tough spot for Zeth, but he's fought through worse tonight. Omnic simply refuses to let this game slide, cleaning him up from the ramp for the lead. The favorite is really tightening his grip on the series. What a way to close it out. Omnic secures the final point with a blistering shot to take the match. He really needed a victory today after that brutal losing streak, a huge weight off his shoulders for sure. Aster really owns this particular matchup, holding a massive 150-36 head-to-head lead. And that historical gap is likely why he's looked so comfortable today. I'm curious to see if Zeth can actually find an answer to this. Zeth is hanging in there, but Aster's firmly in control. Zeth is fighting uphill against one of the top players on the ladder. Aster's really putting the pressure on early, and Zeth needs to figure something out fast. He's been essentially flawless across his last few matches. Aster is just dominating, leading 4 rounds to 1. Zeth is struggling to maintain the pace he had in his game against Omnic. Aster is simply untouchable right now, walking away from that exchange without taking a single hit. He's just in another league right now, extending that streak to 4. It's not surprising given the gap in their overall rankings. Zeth finally puts an end to that run with a closely contested duel. Aster has been an absolute force today, putting up a 28-7 record over the last day, and he's carrying that confidence straight into this map, where he generally performs much better than Zeth. It's essentially a mismatch of momentum right now. Aster's firmly in the driver's seat at 7-4. That was a lightning fast reset of the momentum. Aster takes an 8-4 lead into the break. While things are playing out exactly as the rankings suggested, he's clearly the stronger player here, and Zeth is just fighting for scraps right now. Time to see if Zeth adjusts. Aster still pulling ahead, now sitting at 8-5. It's still a steep climb for the lower rated player here. Aster is just relentless, moving into a 9-5 lead. He's simply outclassing the 31st ranked player in the league. Zeth is staying sharp, he's not letting the scoreline get completely out of hand. Aster is cruising now, extending that gap to 10-6. The top 12 seed is simply playing his game here. Zeth's reaction time just wasn't enough there. He's really struggling to keep up with that raw speed. Complete shutdown by the top seed, and now he's just 1 round away from closing the door. Huge reflex play from Zeth to keep this series alive. That was a blindingly fast response to reclaim some ground. A second straight round for Zeth, keeping this run alive against the odds. It's a sudden shift in the energy. He's just too fast right now, securing another quick kill to keep this fight alive. Zeth is on fire now, taking a 4th straight round to keep his hopes alive. Absolutely lethal timing from him right now. Another huge one for Zeth, who is simply refusing to let this match slip away. I cannot believe the nerves of steel on display from the underdog. What a way to finish it. Aster shuts the door on the series with a clean final shot. Zeth almost pulled off a miracle with that mid-game surge, but his resilience just wasn't quite enough. He really pushed the favorite to the limit. What a fight. Aster is coming in with an impressive 29-7 record over the last day. And that level of confidence is carrying over into his early movement. He's looking sharp, which puts a lot of pressure on Omnic to make a quick adjustment. We're deadlocked at 1 apiece for these two. The higher rated player is definitely feeling the heat early. Aster takes the lead and now has the edge. The overall history between these two heavily favors that side of the map. Aster is really starting to dictate the pace here, and he's quickly building a substantial cushion. He's just too fast right now, keeping the streak alive to build a commanding gap. The gap in the overall rankings is starting to show. What a scrap! Both players poured everything into that exchange, but he manages to claw back a critical round. That's a huge confidence boost for the underdog right now. He's showing some serious grit, digging in deep to trim the deficit further. The initial pressure isn't quite paying off for the top seed. Aster has a historical win rate of 75% on this specific map, and that comfort is clearly translating into the way he's controlling the center of the stage. It's making it very difficult for Omnic to find any openings to turn this around. He's back in control now, taking a firmly established grip on this match. The disparity in their lifetime records is really becoming apparent. He's completely took over now, extending his lead to 8 before the break. It's looking like a repeat of their previous outing today. Aster holds a solid 8-4 lead heading into the break, and honestly everything is going exactly according to the script. He's effectively utilizing that huge skill gap to stay in front for most of the half. Let's see how the switch feels. Omnic still trails by 3 as Aster stays strong. He's really fighting the trend given how dominated he's been historically. Aster just keeps climbing, pushing ahead to a 9-5 lead. He's really making a habit of taking these matchups recently. Omnic is actually refusing to go away here, making it a lot closer than we expected. He's really showing a lot of resilience in this specific series. Aster pulls even further ahead at 10-6 now. The difference in their ladder positioning is staring us right in the face. The momentum has swung completely back to the favorite, and Aster is starting to look untouchable here. The top quartile seed is just too composed in these situations. He barely survived that chaotic exchange, but it puts him just 1 round away from victory. Everything is leaning in favor of the top ranked side. And that's it. He closes out the series with an absolutely effortless final shot. He's on an absolute tear today, simply refusing to let anyone get a foothold in his matches. Omnic holds a strong historical advantage with 107 wins over Zeph in their long history together. He surprisingly struggled to translate that lead into a strong start today. It will be interesting to see if that confidence returns after this early loss. Zeth is really putting the pressure on with a 2-1 lead. He's usually the one coming out on top in this rivalry. Zeph is really starting to build some momentum here, taking a comfortable grip on the early game. Zeth is just dominating now, leading 4-1. Zeth is looking much sharper than in his last few outings. He's just completely owning this exchange now, extending that lead to 5. He's playing some great stuff, despite coming into this with a losing streak. Just a complete shutdown here, and he secures another round for himself. A tough way to start the day for the rank 34 player. Zeph is simply too fast, erasing his opponent instantly to extend the gap. Zeph is practically untouchable, securing another lightning fast victory to keep the streak alive. Finally, a response from Omnic halting the onslaught. Both players have stayed very consistent in their performance here. Omnic finds his mark from the wine, and the momentum is shifting in his favor. Zeth takes the lead 8-4. I mean, he's completely flipped the script on the head-to-head history here. Omnic is fighting to get back into the game after that early collapse. Time to see if Omnic rebounds. Omnic is really making a statement here, moving back into his 6-18 pattern for the day. It's a complete reversal of the early game. We have to see if Zeph can find a way to stop this slide. He's showing some real grit, refusing to go away as he claws back into this set. The favorite is finally starting to look like the stronger man. He is simply on fire right now, continuing his charge back into this series. He's definitely playing like the favorite right now. Unbelievable, he's completely erased that deficit and we are back to a dead heat. What a turnaround to bring this back to a level playing field. A fast reaction there as he secures a quick edge. Zeph is really digging in for a gritty performance today. Zeth holds on to a narrow 2-round advantage. His ranking is giving him that extra edge today. And the tide turns again. He shuts down the rally immediately to move within 2 of the finish. Pure lightning speed from Zeth to put himself just 1 step from victory. What a finish. Zeth secures the victory and closes out the match. He really silenced the doubters on that one, proving he can step up when it counts despite the history. Aster is coming in with a huge head-to-head advantage, leading the Lifetime Series 151 to 36. And you can see that confidence playing out in his movement right from the start. It'll be interesting to see if Zed can actually find an answer to that psychological weight today. Aster isn't letting Zed settle in, quickly picking him off a high perch to extend that lead. The rating gap is really showing up in this series. Things have completely leveled out with Zeth fighting back to 2-2. A huge uphill climb for the underdog, but Zeth is holding his own. Zeth grabs the lead, pushing it to 3-2. He's definitely playing without any fear right now. Total shutdown as the momentum swings firmly in his favor. Slowing down after a massive 12-round sweep against Omnic. A quick snap of the wrist and he gets this one back. He's really putting that overall experience into play now. Aster has the read on him now, quickly dealing with Zeth from that elevated spot. Another a flawless reaction, putting Aster firmly back in control of this match. He's just too fast right now, stacking up a 4-round run. He's simply outclassing everything right now, putting up a staggering 5-round run. Aster goes into the break with a 7-5 lead. The favorite is doing exactly what he needs to do. He's showing a bit more polish than Zef right now, but this is still a close fight. Time to see if Zef can rally. Aster has been in incredible form today, putting up a 28-7 record over his last few games. So yeah, it's not surprising that he's continuing to dictate the pace of this server. He's simply looking too sharp for Zef to find any real traction right now. Total erasure of that counter run. He's completely shifted the energy back in his favor. Both players traded shots in a frantic exchange, but he comes out on top to bring the tally to 11-5. He is absolutely crushing the closing stretch, moving one step closer to a victory. What a finish! He shuts the door on the series with a huge final play! He really knows how to navigate this map, just completely shutting down any hope for a comeback here. Aster has dominated this rivalry with an impressive 76% win rate in their head-to-head history. It makes this early lead for Omnic a real anomaly given how comfortably Aster usually handles this matchup. We have to see if this is a fluke or a genuine shift in momentum. Aster looks sharp coming off the ramp to bring this back to a tight game. The number 12 ranked player is starting to assert himself. Omnic is really putting the pressure on at 3-1. A complete flip from their previous meeting on Orange. Omnic is just cruising along with a massive 4-1 lead. He's struggling to keep up with his last 24 hours. He's not going down easy, showing some real grit to stay in this fight. Still a tough hill for the underdog to climb. Keeps the momentum shifting in his favor, narrowing the gap to just 1 round. Aster has been in incredible form with a 28-7 record over the last day. So yeah, it's honestly strange to see him giving up this much ground. He's usually a lock for a quick win, but he's looking very vulnerable right now. He's completely erased that early deficit, leveling the score at 5-5. The higher seeded player is finally starting to reclaim his ground. Another effortless kill, and he's now comfortably in control as we approach the midway point. We head into the break at 7-5 in favor of Aster. I mean, it's a fairly standard start for the top seed. Aster had a strong run to take the lead and is looking very confident heading into the second half. Let's see how the swap goes. Omnic is right back in it at 6-7. Both players are now fighting on equal footing after the side swap. A brief hesitation from Omnic, and the higher seed cleans up the play to hold a 2-round lead. It's a familiar feeling for the favorite to hold this kind of lead. Aster secures the edge from the ramp, effectively halting the momentum Omnic had built. That's simply how the higher seed ever plays. Unreal, he barely survives that scramble to clear him off the ramp and extend the lead to 10. He really fought through the damage to secure that one. He's just too strong right now, digging himself out of the hole to push this lead even further. The gap in quality is becoming very apparent here. Aster is practically unstoppable right now, pushing the score to 12-6 and putting himself in a position to close this out. And there it is. Aster closes the door on a stunning comeback to secure the victory. He really found another gear in that second half and just refused to let the lead slip away. Zef looks sharp right out of the gate, catching Omnic right as he stepped up onto the ramp. Omnic manages to hold that ramp position and keeps the momentum moving in his favor. He's trying to shake off a tough run of games today. Both players fought for that ramp space, but Omnic was just a fraction faster on the trigger. Absolute perfection from Omnic, who just shuts the door on any hopes of a comeback. He's completely in control, shutting down the competition from that ramp perch. Zeth had the upper hand in their previous meetup. Zef is showing some real grit, swiftly picking Omnic off the ramp. Zef definitely knows how to punish that exact spot. Zef is refusing to go away, continuing this push back into the series. Omnic historically holds a significant edge in their rivalry, having won more than half of their total career encounters. He's really fighting to prove that their long-term head-to-head record is the definitive story today. It'll be interesting to see if that history overrides the recent momentum Zef has had. Omnic pulls the trigger first, knocking Zeth right off the toolbox to extend his lead. He keeps the pressure high, ending that skirmish comfortably to stay in charge. The higher rated player on the map is struggling to keep up. Omnic takes a big 9-3 lead into the break, and honestly this is a huge turnaround after his recent rough patch. He's just outplayed Zef in every exchange so far today. Let's see if Zef can respond. Omnic is just cruising along with a dominant 10-3 lead. A complete reversal of their most recent meeting on Italy. Zef is practically paralyzed right now. He simply cannot find an answer for Omnic's raw speed. Omnic secures another one, putting himself just one win away from victory. The pre-match favorite is putting on an absolute clinic. Zef manages to outduel him from the ramp to keep the dream alive. He managed to find the gap in that exchange. He just won the duel on the ramp, securing his second straight round. A tough spot for the favorite to be in. He's on fire right now, picking up another one and keeping his hopes alive. Seriously impressive speed from the underdog here. He's playing out of his mind, claiming another victory from the toolbox to extend that streak to 4. Boom! Omnic shuts it down right there to close out the game. He really needed this one to stop the bleeding after those last few losses. He's officially back on top. Aster enters this one with an 81% win rate against Zef. It is a staggering amount of history that definitely puts the pressure on the underdog. Zef really needs to find a way to shake this head-to-head trend early. Aster is just dominating the pace, doubling up on Zeth. He's been absolutely lethal across his last few series. He just cannot be stopped right now. Sweeping through the opening of this set. A perfect response from Zeth, showing some real grit to stop the momentum. Gap on the ladder isn't making this an easy climb. Atar is cruising, holding a commanding 4-1 lead. Aster is just relentlessly pushing a 5-1 lead. The 12th spot on the ladder is certainly making its presence felt. Aster has been an absolute force today, putting up a 29-6 record in his last few outings. It's clear that this level of form is making the current gap in a bit more apparent. The real question is if Zef can keep this resilience going to put a dent in that lead. Aster's firmly in control with a 6-3 lead. Zef is showing great composure here, refusing to let the lead slip further away. Atar keeps the lead at 7-4. He's certainly living up to the expectations today. Aster takes the first half 8-4. I mean, everything is going exactly as predicted so far. Zef is hanging around, but he's struggling to put up a real fight against that 76% map win rate. Time to see if Zef resets. What a scramble. He barely survived that encounter, digging deep to secure the exchange. He's definitely showing he can scrap for every single point. Atar pushes it to 9-5, just relentless right now. A huge difference in experience between these two overall. Aster extends his grip, moving ahead 10-5. The experience gap is showing up in every encounter. Unbelievable, he was nearly out of the fight, but manages to outlast Zeth in a chaotic shootout. He just barely clutches out that fight to put himself a single round away from the win. The composure on display from him is just frightening. What a finish! He barely hangs on through a total firefight to close out the match. Zeth really tried to make a stand, but he just couldn't find an answer for that level of consistency today. Aster enters this a clear favorite with an impressive 90% win rate over his last 10 matches. It's surprising to see that a heavy hitter on a hot streak like this is actually trailing in the early game. Let's see if the pressure starts to mount. Omnic has the upper hand, leading 2-1 right now. The underdog is truly shaking things up early on. The speed of these exchanges is cranking up. That last encounter was a total blur. Aster finally closed back a lead at 3-2. The skill gap is starting to show. He's simply too fast right now. Picking up another one to put the pressure on. He's simply untouchable right now, extending his streak to 4 straight. A total contrast to their last head-to-head on Mapas. Omnic just shuts that down instantly, showing some real grit to keep this contest close. That was a much faster exchange. Aster has dominated this particular matchup in the past, winning over 75% of their total games. So yeah, seeing him steadily build this lead is exactly what we expected based on their history. Omnic just doesn't have a strong blueprint for beating him. Omnic is refusing to back down, claiming another round to keep this game tight. He's starting to turn the tide here. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, the better player is simply doing what he usually does. He's firmly in control, though Omnic is fighting hard to keep the gap small. Let's see how they handle the switch. Aster's comfortably ahead with an 8-5 cushion now. The top quartile skill is definitely on display. He's showing a lot of heart here, putting up another quick win to chip away at that deficit. He's putting up a serious fight, quickly closing the gap to just 1 round. The pressure is definitely shifting back onto the favorite. Unreal. He scrapes by with a sliver of health to bring the score completely level. Talk about a complete flip in moment. A sharp reaction from the favorite to put himself back in front. Absolutely stunning. He's completely erased the deficit, bringing us back to a dead heat at 9-9. Aster takes a slim lead, moving ahead 10-9. He's looking as sharp as he did in his 13-5 victory over Zeth. Aster's just continuing to push forward, and he looks really comfortable right now. Having a tough time today after that 7-20 run. What an absolute war of attrition! Omnic barely survives that exchange to keep the dream alive. He is refusing to just hand this one over. Lightning fast reaction secures the round, and now Aster is just 1 point away from victory. What a statement. Omnic refuses to let this game slip away, delivering a pristine round to keep his hopes alive. What a finish! Aster just shuts the door on this series with a perfect closing play. Omnic really fought for every single point in this one, but he just couldn't close the gap. He's got to be proud of that effort. What a fight. A quick scrap up on the ramp, and Zeth gets the upper hand to start things off. What a scrap. Both fought for control of the ramp, but he barely walks away alive. Zeth is looking for some redemption after that loss on fast aim. Zeth is completely taking over this map with a rapid 3-round surge. The underdogs are definitely making a statement here. Simply untouchable as he clears Omnic off the ramp for a perfect 4-0 start. The head-to-head lead belongs to Omnic, but he isn't showing it. What a scramble! He barely survives that exchange to keep the streak alive. His ladder standing is starting to look like a real factor here. He's just too fast today, moving to a huge 6-round lead. Omnic is really feeling the pressure of those recent losses against Aster. Zeth is simply on another level right now, extending that lead to 7 straight. Finally, a response from Omnic, who shuts that door completely. Zeth catches him right as he's trying to hold that ramp, and that's another round for the leader. He is firmly in control despite that earlier loss on fast aim. Zeth's 15-21 record over the last day tells a story of a real struggle. It's clearly making this sudden shift in dominance even more impressive. He's just completely shutting down the odds in his favor right now. Zeth takes a commanding 10-2 lead into the break. Honestly, this is a total reversal from their head-to-head history. Omnic has looked completely lost while Zeth just keeps stacking up the rounds. Time to switch things up. Zeth is just too fast for him, effortlessly controlling the ramp to put a huge grip on this series. The gap in the rankings is feeling like a chasm right now. Omnic just puts a stop to that ramp advantage, showing he's still in this fight. He's trying to bring that lifelong head-to-head lead back into focus. Omnic just completely blew through that defensive setup on the ramp to keep the momentum swinging his way. He's really fighting back from that rank 35 spot. A fierce firefight ends with Zeth securing the edge, putting him just 1 round away from victory. It's a surprising look for the pre-match favorite. Fast reaction from Omnic keeps the dream alive for now. Still trying to claw back some of that early lead. He secures another one, refusing to let Zeth close this out easily. He's finally starting to play like the pre-match favorite. Unbelievable. He's just unstoppable right now, taking another one to keep the rally going. Absolutely freezing out the competition in the final stretch. He just cannot be stopped. That's a huge 4th straight for Omnic. It's a huge shift in energy for the higher seeded player. He's simply on a tear, extending this incredible run to 5 straight. His early dominance in the series is starting to evaporate. Boom, Zeth secures the final kill from the ramp to close out the series. Omnic really put up a fight late there, but that legendary head-to-head lead just wasn't enough to save him. He had to work for that. Aster is comfortably in the lead, historically with a win rate of over 80% against Zeph. But that seems to be a distant memory right now, given how he's struggling to start. It'll be interesting to see if the favorite can actually find his footing. Zeth is fighting back hard, trailing only by 1. The top 11 ranking is starting to show. The pace is picking up. We're seeing some incredibly fast reaction times from both of these guys. Aster holds the edge, but Zeth is closing in. He's been purely unstoppable throughout his last 10 outings. Dead heat. Aster and Zeth are now completely locked. Zeth looks far more comfortable today than in their previous encounter. It's a real back and forth exchange now. Neither one is letting the other breathe for long. That's quite a run for the higher rated side lately. Aster is really putting the pressure on, clearing Zeph right off the ramp for another fast win. The skill gap is clearly showing on the ladder today. Total shift in the tide as he pushes his lead to 6-3. A very dominant stretch of games for the higher seeded player. He just completely dismantled Zeth on that ramp to extend his lead. A stark contrast to the 13-9 victory he managed against Omen. Another clean get for Aster as he continues to blow through this series. He is playing with a huge amount of confidence right now. Aster takes a healthy 8-4 lead going into the break. He's looking exactly as sharp as the number suggested. That 5-round run really puts him in the driver's seat for the second half. Zeth needs a spark here. Aster has really been on a tear today, putting up a 29-6 record in the last day. He's clearly carrying that high-level performance into this duel. Zeth needs to find a way to break that momentum before it's too late. Both players landed heavy hits, but the veteran came out on top to secure another win. He's simply too fast right now, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. The gap in their tiering is showing in a big way. Absolutely stunning. He closes the show with a lightning fast flick to claim victory. Total shutdown from start to finish. Zeth just couldn't find an answer for that kind of speed today. Aster has dominated this rivalry, winning 76% of their encounters over a massive sample size. That psychological edge is clearly weighing on Omnic, who has struggled to find a win today. We'll see if he can flip the script early. Aster's really putting the squeeze on Omnic right now. Looking sharp after that 13-4 victory against Zed earlier. Aster is just too fast, catching Omnic immediately as soon as he stepped up onto that ramp. He's coming in on an 11-game tear right now. Omnic holds the high ground on the ramp to keep this series incredibly tight. The gap in the rankings is definitely starting to shrink here. Aster's firmly in the driver's seat with a 4-2 lead. Aster keeps his slim lead as we hit round 7. It's rare to see a challenger keep things this competitive. Omnic has completely shifted the momentum here, cleaning up those last few exchanges to level the score. He's just untouchable right now, securing a completely clean 3rd straight. A huge swing of power for the lower seed here. Aster secures the kill from the ramp to bring the set back to a dead heat. A very high ranked Aster is finally finding some stability. Aster edges ahead by a single round. We're seeing that elite skill gap translate into raw confidence. Aster goes into the break with a 7-5 advantage. Well, he's certainly proving why he's the higher rated player here. Omnic is fighting hard, but the top seed is still controlling the pace of the map. Let's see if Omnic brings it. Aster just refuses to let go, winning yet another quick exchange from that ramp position. That's an incredible way to start the day, sitting at 30-6. Omnic manages to outduel him from the ramp, showing a real grit to keep this fight alive. He's refusing to fold under the pressure today. Total battle for the ramp, but Omnic comes out on top to narrow the gap. The underdog is putting up a serious fight right now. He just completely shuts him down on the ramp to bring this match level. Total reset of the board. We are back to square one. Takes the exchange from the ramp, pulling back into a 1-round lead. He outmuscles Aster in another ramped duel to bring the tally to 9-9. This is turning into a real toss. Aster retakes control, edging ahead 10-9. Hard to shake that top quartile experience in these late game moments. Aster is putting on a clinic with his speed lately. Those reactions are just far too quick. He looks completely locked in right now. Omnic just barely manages to knock him off that ramp, keeping the pressure high. That's exactly what he needed to stay within striking distance. Aster answers back with a clean sweep, putting himself on the verge of victory. What a finish! Aster shuts the door with a final burst to secure the victory. Omnic put up a huge fight there, nearly forcing a tie and pushing him to the limit. He really played his heart out. What a battle. What a wild start. Zeth barely manages to scrape through that exchange and takes the early lead. Omnic owns the head-to-head series with 108 wins over Zeth. That historical dominance should give him a huge confidence boost, especially since he's historically much more comfortable on this layout. We'll see if that experience allows him to pull away early. Omnic is simply on another level right now, securing his third straight victory. Incredible reflex play. He survives that slugfest with a tiny sliver of health to push his lead to 4-1. What an absolute brawl. He barely walks away from that one, but he stays in complete control. A huge reversal from that loss he took on Redline earlier today. Zeth claims this one from the box, finally snapping that run. The higher rated player in this pair is showing some teeth now. He's not backing down, netting another effortless shot to keep this rally going. Zeth is simply refusing to go away, bringing this series right back to a one-round difference. Omnic responds with a quick burst to reclaim a 2-round advantage. He's really fighting through a tough afternoon overall. Omnic has been having a rough day with a 7-23 record so far. It looks like he's finally turning things around in this particular set. He's really digging in here to move closer to a victory. Omnic leads 7-5 going into the break. Well, the slight favorite is holding his ground for now. He really looks like the more comfortable player on this specific layout so far. Let's see who settles in faster. Omnic's pulling away now, extending that lead to 8-5. The rank 31 player is starting to feel the pressure. Zeth is showing plenty of heart, chipping away at the deficit with another strong sequence. It's a real battle of nerves between these two. Omnic just wouldn't let Zeth breathe up there, dragging him right off the box to extend the lead. The lower rated player is really holding the line here. He's not letting up, securing another round to tighten the gap. Zeth is really stepping up his game tonight. Omnic pushes it back to 10-7 with that play. Zeth had the upper hand in their most recent matchup. Omnic is putting on a real clinic right now, just completely shutting down Zeth's attempts to get back into this. Zeth is definitely finding some answers here, keeping things competitive as the match heads toward the final stretch. Quick response here to put the pressure right back on Zeth. He's putting an immense amount of pressure on the lower seeded player. Boom. He closes it out with a perfect shot to secure the series. Huge bounce back for the veteran, showing exactly why he owns the head-to-head lead between these two. Aster has an incredible 76% win rate on this map, showing how comfortable he is in these specific setups. It makes this early deficit even more surprising given how thoroughly he usually handles this environment. Zeth will definitely be looking to build on this first round. Aster's now firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. He's already put up a huge 29-6 today. Absolutely untouchable right now, taking his third straight win without taking any damage. Zeth answers back here, trading hits before securing the win. He's fighting an uphill battle against a dominant head-to-head record. Aster just keeps pulling away with a 4-2 lead. He's really asserting that skill gap we're seeing on the ladder. Aster currently holds an 81% win rate in their head-to-head meetings. The mental edge is clearly with him after securing a blowout victory against Zeth just a short while ago. It's becoming quite a steep climb for Zeth to find an answer here. Zeth has really dug in here, taking 2 on the bounce to close the gap. Zeth is proving that the pre-game predictions were way off. Complete control. Now, he's erased that early deficit and brings us back to a dead even split. A sharp exchange there, giving him a slight edge as we approach the break. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, things are playing out pretty much as expected. He's a much higher ranked player, but Zeth is at least making him work for every single round. Fresh start for both players here. Aster pushes his lead to 8-5, looking very strong. He is currently on a massive 12-game tear to start the day. Aster's just cruising now with a commanding 9-5 lead. It's been a rough run for him today after those losses to Omnic. A completely clean wipeout, and he's now stacked 3 in a row. His rank as number 11 certainly looks appropriate right now. That's another clean victory, leaving Zeth with no answers as this streak hits 4. Zeth is really feeling the pressure of that wide rating gap. Another effortless pick for him, and now he's just 1 round away from the victory. It's a stark contrast to how Zeth played against KO. Zeth manages to shut that run down, keeping his hopes alive for now. Slowing the momentum just enough to keep things interesting. What a finish. He closes it out perfectly to secure the series. He just looked a step ahead the whole way through. Truly an unbeatable run of form for the top seed today. Aster is showing why he's the heavy favorite, as he has an incredible 13-win streak over his last 10 matches. It's a massive contrast to what we're seeing from Omnic's recent results. It'll be tough for the underdog to break that momentum today. A tough battle there, but he manages to outlast his opponent and keep the streak alive. That's a tough way to start after his narrow victory against Seth. Claims another round from the ramp, continuing a perfect start to the match. The skill gap is staring him right in the face. Omnic answers back with a quick flick, cutting into that early lead. He's certainly fighting a steep uphill battle against a top 10 player. Aster is just dominating here, leading a strong 5-1. The history between these two is heavily one-sided, with Aster owning a substantial lead in their head-to-head totals. So yeah, it's a bit surprising to see Omnic staying this competitive after their last encounter. He's fighting through a lot of historical baggage right now. Absolute chaos in this exchange, and he somehow pulls through while nearly empty. He just barely survived that encounter. Aster is cruising along with a comfortable 7-3 lead. Just a glimpse of that ranking difference on display. Aster still holds a commanding 3-round advantage. He's finally showing some resilience after that tough 10-13 loss earlier today. Aster heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. I mean, things are playing out exactly as we thought they would. He's utilizing his 62% win rate on red line to keep the pressure on Omnic. Time for Omnic to dig in. Omnic manages to clear him off the ramp and keeps things interesting. Still shaking off that rough 10-13 result from their earlier set. He's really refusing to go away, keeping this surge going to close the gap. He's simply on fire right now, continuing this charge to keep the deficit at a single round. Unbelievable! He barely clings to life in that brutal trade to bring the score completely level. Absolute deadlock. Now we have a total reset on the board. Aster puts an end to the momentum, popping Omnic off the ramp to reclaim a narrow lead. Omnic just completely shuts him down, forcing a draw in this set. The pressure is mounting for the higher ranked player in this fight. A gritty fight, but Omnic earns the edge to knock him off the ramp. A huge mental shift for the underdog in this series. What a scramble! He barely edges out the victory in a total firefight, surviving by a hair. Absolute nail-biter, neither side is letting up an inch. Aster is really finding a way to close this out, putting a strong cap on that latest sequence. He shuts down the comeback attempt with a sharp sequence, putting himself just one round away from victory. What a shot. He refuses to let this series slip away, barely breaking a sweat for that kill. A real test of nerves for the favorite now. What a wild finish. Aster clutches through the chaos to survive by a single sliver of health and close out the series. Omnic truly pushed the top 10 player to the brink today. It's a massive effort for the underdog to keep it that tight. He had to work for that. Omnic really controls the historical record here, leading their head-to-head series by a considerable margin. But he's been having a rough day across the board. We have to see if Zef can capitalize on that lack of confidence early on. Omnic holds a slim lead as Zeth fights back. Zeth has really struggled today after those 3 straight defeats. He's absolutely taking over the map now, pushing the lead to 3-1. The rating gap between these two is minimal, but the flow is entirely one-sided. And Zeth answers back immediately to tighten the gap. He's certainly looking to shake off that 8-13 loss from their previous clash. We are all squared up now as Zeth claws back. Zeth is definitely making up for some ground today. Omnic regains a 1-round edge over Zef. Both of these players have had a grueling set of matches today. Omnic has put up 8 wins in his last few outings today. It's a strong start compared to Zef, who has been having a much harder time finding his footing. This early momentum might be enough to put him comfortably in the driver's seat. Omnic is just too elusive today, securing another round from the boost. Zeth is really feeling the weight of his recent losses today. Omnic is pulling away now, leading 7-4. Zeth really needs to find a way to shake a tough run of results today. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, everything is playing out exactly as we expected, with the slight favorite maintaining a thin lead. It's just a couple of rounds separating these two as we switch sides. Time to reset and get focused. He just completely shut that down to keep the pressure on. A very fast exchange to tighten things up. He's fighting to prove the underdog labels wrong right now. Omnic keeps his distance with a 2-round cushion. Zeth is having a really tough time finding any consistency today. That was a perfectly clean burst to put the pressure back on the lead. Zeth is refusing to let the favorite pull ahead again. He's simply refusing to back down, erasing the lead entirely to bring us back to a draw. Zeth manages to survive the trade and claim the lead, continuing this impressive run. The momentum shift is becoming a real problem for the higher seed. Omnic secures the equalizer and we are deadlocked once again. That's a surprising shift for the player currently sitting at rank 35. That was a brutal exchange and he walks away with a victory to claim a narrow lead. He's simply on fire right now, continuing this surge to put himself just 2 rounds shy of victory. The momentum has completely flipped for the underdog. That halts the momentum just in time. Now it all comes down to who can keep their nerves steady in the final stretch. Completely effortless blow to put him on the verge of victory. His confidence is skyrocketing right now. Omnic digs deep to stay alive in this contest, forcing the pressure back onto Zeth. He's really fighting to close the gap. Unreal. He closes it out with total precision to secure the series victory. He's finally shaken off that bad luck from earlier in the day to get a huge win here. He really had to fight for every single round in that one. What a series! Aster has an incredible 155-36 head-to-head record against his opponent. And that total dominance seems to be continuing today since he just came off a victory against him in their previous encounter. Zef needs to find some answers quickly if he wants to avoid another blowout. Zeth clawed back, but Aster still holds a 2-1 edge. He's really playing the part of the favorite early on. Aster is really starting to pull away here. He's clearly got the upper hand in these exchanges. He's just totally untouchable right now, taking full control of the server. Coming off a perfect 10-game run, he looks sharp. Zeth responds with a clean shot, showing he isn't going down without a fight. He's showing plenty of resolve despite the... Aster is putting together an incredible 14-win streak at the moment. So yeah, he's entering this match as the heavy favorite and currently looking every bit as strong as that ranking suggests. Zef has his work cut out for him if he wants to slow this momentum down. Zeth keeps the pressure on, picking Aster right off the ramp to narrow the gap. The tide is definitely turning in this set. Aster still leads by 2 as we enter round 10. He's definitely showing why he's ranked in the top 10. Aster is just too quick for him, picking Zef right off the ramp to extend the lead. The gap between them is really starting to show. Aster leads 7-5 at the break. Honestly, he is performing exactly as we expected for someone with a huge head-to-head advantage. Zeth is keeping it close, but he'll need a stronger second half to force the issue. Fresh start for Zeth here. Zeth holds the higher ground on the ramp to snag a quick round and keep the pressure on. That's a really strong response to keep this fight alive. Zeth is showing incredible grit, picking Aster right off the ramp to level the series. Total reset, bringing everything back to a dead heat. Zeth claims another win from the ramp, extending his surge to 3 straight. The momentum has completely shifted in this series. Aster puts an end to that run and levels the series. The higher rated player is showing some stability now. Aster barely clings to a single round advantage now. The top 10 talent is really starting to assert himself. Zef outplays him from the ramp, bringing this match back to a dead tie. Zeth is refusing to back down today. Zef is really stepping up his game, taking the lead with that spotless exchange. The underdog is fully in charge now. What a performance. He's now completely in control of the series. It's a huge mental shift for Zef compared to those early rounds. Unbelievable. He just keeps rolling, taking another round to put himself on the verge of victory. Aster keeps his composure, popping Zef right off the toolbox to keep this series alive. He just needed a moment to breathe. Unbelievable. Zeth shuts the door on this series, completing a wild comeback to secure the victory. Seriously, we just witnessed a massive shift in this rivalry. To out-duel a player like that after such a long losing streak is just huge. What a performance. Aster owns the head-to-head here with a huge lead of 236 rounds won. It's clear that dominance is continuing since he's already beaten Omnic in their most recent encounter. He's looking very comfortable right now. Aster just edges ahead, pushing the tally to 2-1. Definitely an uphill battle for someone sitting at rank 36. Omnic is really heating up now, erasing that early deficit to pull things completely level. Atar is still holding the lead at 3-2. He's certainly living up to that favorite status today. Atar continues his run, pulling a 2-round lead. Omnic's struggle continues after a tough 11-13 result against Zeth earlier. What a statement, he just completely shuts the door on that momentum shift. The 11th seed is looking incredibly sharp tonight. A frantic trade of damage here, but he manages to secure his 4th straight win. He has truly owned this matchup over their long history together. Omnic answers back here, keeping things competitive. It's impressive he can dig in despite that 8-25 record today. A gritty fight that went both ways, but he manages to outlast his opponent for another round. He's starting to close the gap on the high-seeded player. Aster is showing off some incredible consistency today, having won 28 matches over the last 24 hours. That level of form really explains why he's controlling the pace here. It just makes it very hard for someone like Omnic to find an opening. Aster takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Well, we're seeing a very predictable result here. The higher rated player is simply outperforming his opponent as expected. Let's see if Omnic finds a gear. Aster is just relentless, extending his lead to 9-4. The skill difference is clearly showing on this particular map. Omnic finally finds his footing to make it 5-9. He's showing a bit more fight than his recent form suggests. That was almost instant. Aster is really putting the pressure on now, making it look easy. Aster just cruises to another win from the ramp and is really starting to put the pressure on here. He shuts that rally down immediately, and now he is just 1 point away from victory. Absolute chaos in that final exchange, but Aster comes out on top to close out the series. Just another chapter in a long story of dominance for him, while Omnic's rough day continues. Omnic holds a strong historical advantage with a 55% win rate in their head-to-head clashes. Well, it's interesting because Zeth actually took their most recent meeting. We'll see if the lower-ranked player can reclaim that momentum early on. Omnic is now just one step ahead of Zeth. Zeth is struggling to find any answer to Omnic's aggression right now. We're seeing a very one-sided start. Omnic is just not letting Zeth breathe today, and he's completely dismantled him from a distance. Zeth responds with a crisp shot, showing some real grit to narrow the gap. He's definitely showing he belongs in this matchup. Omnic has been struggling heavily today, having gone 8-26 over the last 24 hours. It makes this early lead even more impressive considering how tough his day has been. We just have to see if he can keep this focus through the first half. That is a rapid fire burst and just another effortless win for Omnic. He's just too fast. That is a huge fourth straight for Omnic. Quite a contrast compared to how he's fared against Aster lately. He's completely owning this map, securing another effortless round as we head toward the halfway mark. Omnic takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break, and honestly, he's playing far above his current ranking. We expected a tight battle, but he's just completely outclassed Zeth so far. Time for Zeth to wake up. A massive double-digit lead for Omnic at 10-3. That's a complete reversal from their last map meeting. Zeth claws one back, but Omnic still leads 10-4. He's definitely playing with more confidence than those recent losses suggest. Zeth just can't find any consistency right now, and these quick exchanges are only helping Omnic pull further ahead. Unbelievable. He hangs on by a thread to claw back around after that intense exchange. He's just too sharp today, putting himself on the brink of victory. Zeth finds his target instantly with a perfect read to hold off that match point. That's a much needed spark for the trailing player. And that's it. Omnic closes the series out with a decisive final trade to secure the victory. He's finally turned things around after a brutal morning. A huge weight off his shoulders for sure. Zeph really stepped up and took control of the ramp to get that early lead. Aster makes a quick adjustment and manages to shut Zeph down on the ramp. The higher seed should be finding his footing early. Incredible, Zeph barely survives the exchange, narrowly scraping through to take it 2-1. This is far from a typical encounter given how their history looks. And just like that, Aster ties things up. Expected for the higher rated player to fight his way back. Zeph is showing no fear today, cleaning up a high percentage opponent with a nice peek up the ramp. Absolute deadlock now with both players sitting at 3. His 28-7 record over the last day is certainly showing. Zeth pulls ahead once more, leading the series 4-3. Zeth is really defying the historical trends in this one. Aster really tightened up his timing there to shut Zeth down on the ramp. A surprising shift for the lower seeded player to stay this close. Aster claws back to a 5-4 advantage. It's a tough spot for Zeth, having a rougher run overall today. We've got a total stalemate at 5-all. His 16-20 run of form today is really showing its grit. Aster is really putting the pressure on here and is just a few steps away from a commanding lead. He seems much more comfortable in the 11 spot today. Aster takes a narrow 7-5 lead into the break. Well, he's firmly in the driver's seat as the top seed should be. Zeph is putting up a fight, but the gap in skill is showing. Fresh start for both of them. Aster has historically beaten Zeth in 81% of their career encounters, and it's looking like that dominance is finally translating to this map. If Zeth can't find a way to disrupt this momentum, it's gonna be a quick finish. Aster is starting to put a real distance between himself and Zeph here. His overall career win rate really separates these two. Zeph is really fighting an uphill battle here as Aster starts to put a significant dent in this series. He's proving just how wide the gap is between their rankings. He's completely in control now, taking another round and extending that lead. The top quartile skill level is on full display here. Zeth finds his mark, taking a clean round to narrow the gap. Another lightning fast round for Aster, and now he's just one away from victory. Zeth is simply running out of time to make a comeback. Unbelievable! Aster shuts the door with an effortless finish to secure the match. Zeth definitely tried to keep it competitive, but he just couldn't hold the line once that momentum shifted. What a start. Aster barely manages to scrape through that exchange to take the early lead. Aster really owns the head-to-head history with an impressive 76% win rate against Omnic. It's a stark difference in the numbers, but we're seeing a much more contested start to this one. I wonder if Aster can reclaim that usual control. Aster is cruising now, holding a commanding 3-1 lead. He's really putting those rankings into perspective right now. Absolutely effortless, Aster continues to tear through these opening rounds. Omnic is definitely feeling that 9:26 record from today. Omnic manages to clear him off the ramp, showing some real grit here. It's always tough for the underdog to keep this pressure up. Aster is still way ahead at 5-2. Aster has a massive lead. In total games, won over his opponent. A complete shutout here, as Omnic proves he's not going down without a fight. He's definitely proving a bit more stubborn than some expected. Aster's current 29-7 run today is purely incredible. It shows just how much momentum he's bringing into this specific pairing. If he keeps this pace, it'll be very difficult for Omnic to find a way back into the set. He's keeping the pressure high, cutting the deficit to just 1 before we head into the break. That's a huge shift in confidence for the underdog. Aster heads into the switch with a 7-5 lead. It's a narrow margin, but the top seed is still in total control. He's comfortably managing this match just as the ranking suggested. Let's see if Omnic can rally. Aster secures an 8-5 cushion as we open the second half. The top quartile talent is on full display tonight. Another point for the underdog, who is refusing to just fade away. The pressure is clearly shifting toward the higher seeded player. Aster holds the lead at 9-6, but the gap's closing. Just a reminder of the pure skill gap between rank 11 and 35. Aster pulls ahead to a 10-6 lead now. He seems to be reclaiming the dominance from their last encounter. That's a clean wrap up for him, putting the momentum firmly back in his court. He's looking just as sharp as he did in that 13-5 victory. A quick response here as Omnic secures another point. He really looks like he's settling in after that earlier loss to Zef. He's putting on a surprising show right now, refusing to let Aster close this out quickly. That was practically instantaneous. Unbelievable. That was a complete brawl, but he barely walks away with the round. The nerves are definitely showing for both of them now. He secures the final touch. Aster closes out the match and earns the victory. Omnic really pushed him to the brink there, but he just couldn't find the final push. What a fight.